Good morning, everyone. At this time, I'll call the Audit and Control Committee meeting to order February 19th. We have 4 members present, so it constitutes a quorum. If everybody's had an opportunity to review the minutes from the last meeting, I'd entertain a motion to accept if there are no corrections.
So moved.
And a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next on our agenda today is privilege of the floor. If anyone wishes to address the committee, please come on down front and do so. Not seeing anyone this morning, we'll move into our agenda items. The first item on the agenda today is a local law introductory 1-26. It's print number 3. It's a local law amending the Chautauqua County Charter. There has been a few different amendment changes since the last time we discussed this last month. Does anyone have any comments or questions regarding a couple of changes?
Sorry, have there been changes since the last legislative meeting? I don't think so.
Those are the changes that were made at the legislature.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Thank you. Any comments, questions before we, it's a discussion item only, so we don't need to vote on it. But not hearing any, we'll move on to number 2. It's a local law introductory 2-26, a local law providing for a management salary plan for the county officers and employees.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Debbie Makowski, Director of Human Resources. So I realize we have a pretty lengthy agenda today, so I want to, if it's okay, I'd like to stick to my script so that I don't ramble and end up taking up too much time. The proposed local law before you is a request to change assigned salary ranges for the management group. Just to clarify, so this group includes all of the county's leaders, so our coordinators, supervisors, managers, deputy directors, and officers. I'm probably going to repeat this, but to state it early in the discussion, this proposal does not provide a change to any employee's salary at all. We're talking about salary ranges and what is assigned to each title. Some data to consider. So this group currently has 128 employees. As of mid-2025, I realized that some of the employees were getting dangerously close to their max in their range, the max salary in that range. For January 1st, 2026, 34 of the employees had less than 10% until they reached their max. Keep in mind, if they reach their max, by law, we cannot pay them over what that range maximum is. 11 of the employees had less than 3%. That's roughly 8%. The 34 employees is roughly 26% of this group. So this means that 11 people, as of January 1st, 2026, did not receive even a 3% increase. Some were less than 1%. To proactively answer the question, why didn't we propose changes in 2025? Out of respect for the legislators' election process and for our incoming elected legislators, I didn't want to negate their vote on such a big topic. So for January 2027, basically, if we take no action this year, 47 employees will have less than 10% to their max, or 37% of this group. And 25 employees will have less than 3% to their max range, or 20%, keeping in mind that 11 of these 25 employees did not get 3% January 2026. And again, changing a salary range assignment does not equal a salary increase for any employee. Department heads still need to work within their budget, the budget that is approved by the legislative body, and the department head would need to provide an explanation if they operate outside of their approved budget. The proposal does not remove legislative oversight and/or control over each departmental budget. If this is approved, the local law would change salary ranges for most titles. There's 3 for a variety of reasons that are not changing their assigned salary range. The average change is by 3 ranges. I have basically 5 points as justification for the changes. Number 1, it protects our institutional knowledge and continuation of operations. Reduces the risk of replacement costs and onboarding costs, reduces the likelihood that people are going to be looking externally for compensation growth, supports a stable and predictable budget process, so we know who's in the roles, we can proactively plan ahead. Number 2, it aligns compensation range with growing impact. So thinking of our high performers, they often increase their skills and responsibility faster than what the original role had been defined as. This change would reflect the increased value without forcing a title change or individual reallocations. And it also rewards expanding responsibilities and excellence. Number 3, it maintains motivation and performance. Reinforces that continued strong performance will be rewarded, avoids the perception of a compensation ceiling, and encourages long-term thinking and commitment. 4, it promotes pay equity and fairness, helps to address market shifts that outpace older compensation structures, helps to address internal equity issues for tenured or those high-impact employees, helps to address situations where new hires are approaching or exceeding existing employees' pay. And then 5, sends a strong signal of value and trust to the team leading county operations. It conveys that the county sees long-term potential in our leaders, that contributions are expected to continue to grow, and that this group is viewed as a key part of future success. So just to summarize, again, changing a salary range does not equal a salary increase. There's not one person in any of these titles that, if this local law is approved, will get an increase. That is still department head responsibility in accordance with their budget. Reassigning the salary ranges for this group provides a fiscally responsible mechanism to retain experienced leaders, preserve institutional knowledge, and maintain compensation alignment while keeping full legislative oversight over the actual salary decisions. Any questions?
Please. So, at the risk of being long-winded, way back when, I was the data guy for the HR department on the statistics on this kind of thing. So as I listen to your reasons, they're different than what I'm used to. How are ranges set relative to the market? So when you have a grade 5 and you put a midpoint at X, how does that relate to market, and how do you, I'm in the world of hay points and all the rest of that, so perhaps they're not there, but how does that work here?
So I believe historically the ranges were set with, I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know that market comparisons were done when the ranges were established.
Okay, well, that's a key thing.
And I believe what was done in the past, if we had individuals who were reaching the maximum of their range, the practice was to request basically a 3% or a 5% increase to the top of the range. So we would continue, and I don't know, Kitty, if that, just historically, if you can recall what was done.
Yeah, that was often done that way, where the top of the range was just adjusted rather than
the
Okay.
bottom and the top, so then we got to this just huge range. Sometimes over the years, I've seen it aligned with whatever percent increase maybe one of the collective bargaining units received, just so that, I mean, because there's no mechanism in this management salary range local law that just keeps it on pace with cost of living adjustments or inflation. The only time it changes is through this process right now, is for the legislature to approve an increase to what the ranges are. So I think, you know, one of, Deb would say too, like, every couple of years, we should expect to review the ranges to see if they need to be adjusted, at least for, you know, cost of living changes or inflation, and to keep pace with the market. Then it wouldn't be, we wouldn't be in a situation where we have to dramatically change them, you
Okay.
know, at any
So-
time,
I mean, for today's discussion, because this is where we are, I'm fine. But I strategically am fundamentally uncomfortable with our salary management system then, where we're not bringing the ranges up semi-automatically for inflation, just sliding them up with inflation to keep real dollars the same,
Right.
one.
Right.
And two, that we don't have a market reference in terms of strategic things. That's a conversation for another day, but that's my fundamental discomfort with this.
Yep, agreed. And just for history as well, the last time that there was a review to this management group salary structure, that was December of 2022.
Yeah.
It was, and that was based on market research.
Sure.
It was New York State countywide, and it was also, there were some private sector companies
Sure.
locally that we were comparing as well.
Yeah. And I'm sure there are outside consulting firms and experts
There are,
that
yes.
have databases for this
Yes.
kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Do we have anyone at range 1, 2, or 3?
No.
No. So really, we're starting with range 4, 50,000 to 76,000, almost 77,000.
Correct.
Again, and that's, I think, what we're talking about, that a range of $27,000. And some of the ranges are, you know, 50, 80.
Between the
1,000.
minimum and maximum,
Yeah.
yes, correct.
So how does someone determine whether they get paid, and who determines whether I get paid 192,000 or 111,000? If I'm the social services attorney,
Right, that would fall to their department head,
and how do they decide that?
working within their budget.
So,
But what's the criteria? Like years of experience, education?
Both, yes.
Do I like this person?
Well,
I mean,
I would
it
hope that
seems-
we like our
it
employees
seems-
if we're gonna be hiring them,
Yeah,
but yes,
But
I
that seems
think,
kind of subjective.
one would hope it would be performance
Yeah.
but kind of
if.
full
if-
stop.
If we're talking about an existing employee versus a new hire,
Well, just the existing employee.
yeah, existing, it would be based on performance, yes. How, you know, have they been taking on extra work? Have they been, you know, handling some pretty, big projects throughout the year? And again, that is strictly under the department head's authority. As long as they're within that range and and keeping within their budget, they can make that decision.
Do we hire people above the midpoint of a range? New people?
We have, yes.
Okay, because that
Yes.
would have been in private sector like what? You expect to hire people down at the bottom of the range. As they learn, you can bring them up faster because they're learning things. Once they've been in that range for a period of years, you assume they've kind of learned what there is to learn. And you either want to promote them or you want to start to slow their increases down.
Right,
But that's a whole strategic thing.
right.
And in my experience throughout the years, I've hired people at a multitude of different ranges, in the sense that you are trying to bring in an experienced individual into a platform that already has the experience. They don't need to gain the experience, and then you compensate them for that
Yeah,
right
there-
away.
that's an exception that
Yeah.
one would do.
And that would have been my only response to that question, that, you know, if you have someone who is coming into our finance department, for example, and they have 20 years' experience working in a bank, that's a whole different situation. And I would expect, in order for us to be competitive and to get that employee, we would need
Sure.
to
No, there are
look at
those,
what we can do, obviously within the parameters of that range.
but again, that's the broad, for this purposes, I think here we are today, but for a separate totally discussion, and how do we get our salary management system more into the 20th, let alone the 21st century?
Correct, correct. That would be another huge project, yes, but overhauling this entire structure.
Well, I don't know, overhauling, but tuning it up anyway.
I want to be fair to the county employee. I think our county employees do a great job. And I just, that range, it bothers me that, and then it seems very subjective. So, yeah, I don't, I have a hard time agreeing with that. It just seems odd to me that we, other things, other areas, we're gonna be talking about a property tax cut for seniors who make well below this. And we agonize over that. And yet, this will probably sail through. And I don't, there seems to be a
Well, and
lack of
I
equity there.
think the only response I could give is that this proposal does not impact our budget.
Mhm.
There's not one employee who will see an increase once this is passed. Now, what department heads do, they would need to work within their approved budget for 2026. And if they go over their budget, they'll be sitting before you next February explaining why they went over their 2026 budget. But this does not mean any employee in any of these titles is getting an increase.
Mm.
And it's also not changing the current salary ranges for the management group. Like I said, historically, if 3% increases were added to the top year over year, that's why we're seeing such large ranges at this point. But this proposal does not change the range structure.
So let me just be sure I understand. So range 5, the current max is 82,248, and it will stay at 82,248.
Correct.
All right, so we're not shifting gears here. The maxes that are currently in place will stay in place.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
When I look at the ranges, even, I was here in 2022 and we discussed these then, and there was some good-sized range jumps. And you look at that today and you made a comment that the ranges are typically on an average of increasing 3 ranges. It's tough because, there's some pretty significant range increases, but I think what it is important is it is not affecting the current budget. And it doesn't mean that these positions were going to go to the max, right? We all look at the max and go, geez Louise. But also, I think I take into consideration the cost of living. It's a challenge because when we go to the grocery store, when we go to the gas station, when we go to, especially in Chautauqua County with the gas, that's been a topic, huh? But, cars, anything, everything is terribly expensive. Who would think I would think of limiting how much coffee I drink because it's expensive? But it honestly has gotten that way, it really has. And unfortunately, wage has to try to keep up and contend with the price with inflation. And, where do you draw that line? Well, I don't know, but a different discussion for a different day. But I think that these ranges are okay, and I will put the faith back into the department heads and the hiring committees in which that they'll use their best judgment and expertise when it comes to placing in these ranges. So, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda today is a similar resolution, or local law. It's local law introductory 3-26, a local law providing for management salary plan for county officers and employees, Director of Real Property Tax Services 3, and Director of Human Resources.
So this proposed local law, it's the same premise as the previous one, but due to municipal home rule law, it carves out 3 titles that are under a fixed term appointment. And the law states that for titles that are fixed term and are currently filled, they would require, if this is approved, they would require a 45-day permissive referendum period. So basically, if this is approved, because these 3 titles are currently occupied and are under a fixed term, they would need to sit for a 45-day waiting period before we can make any changes even to the range assignments within our system. We couldn't take any action, even updating anything that would be approved for these 3 titles. So we felt it was to not hold up the entire group, and historically this is how we've done it. Any titles that are occupied under a fixed term would be submitted under a separate local law to not have the 45-day waiting period applied to every title and the other 130 employees, or 125 employees.
Questions, comments?
But again, the maxes aren't changing.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you
Thank you.
for presenting those. We'll move on to number 4, which is to renew and amend Resolution 221-24. It's accepting FAA and New York State DOT funds to rehabilitate runway 1331 pavement and reconstruct runway 1331 lighting and signage design phase.
Good morning, all. John McAmer, Deputy Director, Airports. The renew and amend resolution you have in front of you is simply an administrative correction to the dollar amounts. The design for the 1331 project is complete, and in the process of working with New York State and grant reimbursement, we identified an administrative error or correction that needed to be made, and that's simply what this resolution is for.
Comments, questions?
I bet you're glad you're not landing an airplane today.
Yeah, it was a challenge driving this morning for sure.
Any other questions? Not hearing any? Thank you. We don't need to vote on this. It's something that's going to come before the full legislature, so thank you for
Thank you
your
all.
description. Next on the agenda, number 5, is a tabled resolution. It's adopting county real property tax and special district charge exemptions for primary residents of certain veterans with service related to 100% disabilities. This resolution has been tabled, and Pierre's not here, but he has described the reasoning for this in previous committee meetings, and the reason being is this is something that is going to be handled at a state level, and he alluded last night that it has been signed on the governor's desk, and so it looks as if it is going to be coming to fruition, and so this body doesn't need to take any action. Does anyone have any questions or comments or concerns?
Sounds good.
Okay. Next, we'll move into our resolutions that have been brought back to the committees. Number 6 is resolution number 18-26, Affordability Act of 2026. I referred to a couple of committees at the legislation meeting. I've asked if Kitty would come forward, and she has some data that she'd like to present to us that will, that we can base our questions upon. Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's got a color.
I think I do. This one?
Yep.
Yep, I got that.
I have it, I don't have it in here right now. It's in my truck, thank you. Ah, okay, this is where we're gonna do this.
So in the proposed resolution, there's a couple of different moving parts, and one is a reduction in the sales tax, and the other is a reduction in the use of,
Use of fund
Use
balance
of fund balance.
and reduction of the tax levy. So, there's a lot in this resolution, and so what I've done is put together, some data on how this would impact the overall budget. So I've taken, sorry, let's go to, I'm gonna start with the sales tax. That's the handout I gave that shows the impact to the sales tax should we reduce it to 7 3/4, the rate to 7 3/4%. So, taking 7 3/4 of the 2026 adopted sales tax budget amount, and, you know, that would mean that the total lost revenue countywide would be $3,077,000. Of that, 1.8 million would be the county's share, and almost 1.3 million would be the share that now goes to municipalities that would be lost to them. The page 2 in that handout shows how much sales tax would be lost by individual municipality if the rate were reduced to 7 3/4. So, kind of looking at that, and then also the resolution proposes to share more of the sales tax with the municipalities. So taking that into consideration, in order just to keep the municipalities whole, we would have to share more to the tune of at least $1.3 million, because that's how much they would be losing if the rate was reduced to 7 3/4.
Okay, can I ask, would that be, right now it's 85% to the county and 15% to the municipalities?
It kind of comes out to that, but it's not that simple. There's two different components of the additional sales tax, and they're each calculated differently. But in any case, this would be the number that would be reduced, and so we would have to come up with a new calculation on sharing that would
Okay.
result in making them whole at a minimum, if that was the intent, is to not harm the municipalities by reducing the sales tax rate.
Right.
I haven't done the calculation what the percentage would need to be in terms of sharing. You know, if we get there, then I'd, you know, be happy to you'd have to come up with legislation that would state how you would want the sales tax to be shared. So I bring this calculation here just to illustrate that not only would the county share would be reduced by at least 1.8 million, but I would argue if we want to keep the municipalities whole, the county's sales tax would be further reduced by the $1.3 million because we would share more with the municipalities in order to just keep them whole. That doesn't even account for if we wanted to share more than that. So at a minimum, the loss to the county would be $3 million, okay?
Can I stop right there and say, you say that like we don't have a $35 million fund balance. Then
I'm just talking about sales tax.
I know.
We'll get to the fund balance.
All right, well then, another point, I guess. I've been told, maybe I've heard it from Republicans that say if you cut taxes, sales tax, people will spend more.
It's called income elasticity. If it's one-to-one, sure, it's typically less than that, but something.
So do we know how much, if we cut the sales tax by that, do we know, like you're saying, this is what we're gonna lose, but how much will people spend?
I, based on a quarter, a sales tax rate of 8% or 7.75%, I can't say that that's gonna generate incremental amount of new spending. I
can't
could be
either.
wrong, but that's my feeling. I mean, anyone can make an argument on what the impact would be to spending.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I
I don't know,
don't.
I'm a Democrat. Republicans used to make that argument to me.
Yeah, I'm neither, so I'm just presenting the facts, the projections that I put together.
Well, so I am the
So-
Republican and I am an economist, and you are right. It's called an income effect. And when they put more money in people's pockets, they, at some rate, after their savings, they do spend more. As to what that trade-off rate is on a very small change like this, it's anybody's guess.
Right, okay.
So that would be in my view, the projection on the loss of sales tax to the county. So next, there's a projection of using $2 million of fund balance in order to reduce the levy back to the 2025 levy amount. So a couple things to illustrate there. Every year we know, there's inflation, there's cost increases. We know from this year to next year, there'll be wage increases. There's probably increases in commodities like road salt, road materials. Those are big cost items for the county. So generally speaking, if we're talking about even keeping a levy flat, we're talking about cost reductions to the county, which that's fine if we want to do that. But it would be more than just taking $2 million out of fund balance to get us to the 2025 levy amount, because costs at the same time would be going up.
So,
So I've adjusted our 5-year model with those two things in mind, that the sales tax would be reduced by $3 million and that the levy would be reduced by $2 million as well. So if I could walk you through this exhibit, that would show you what the actual net costs that would need to be reduced out of the county budget in order to get us to the same levy as 2025.
all right, so we're talking 2026 fiscal year, of which we're 2 months into, right?
Well, the proposal is talking about the 2027
Okay.
budget.
All right, so it's 2027 budget, which we've yet to make.
Yeah.
And
So
I-
the
yeah.
5-year,
I should point out that this is more of a policy resolution of here's where we stand, this is our goals, this is what we want to do, this is, so
yeah.
people know our position on things. And and I agree that, when we didn't we said more, sharing more with the municipalities, we should have said, well, it'll be an 80-20, or it'll be, come up with that exact number.
Or, say that, your intent is to keep them, at a minimum, keep them whole.
Right, yep.
So, but I mean, what I put together is to show you the challenges that we would face in order to achieve
Okay.
getting our levy back to the amount that it was in 2025.
All right.
So if you look in this model into the page that starts with revenues, where the top one is shaded in orange, you'll see from 2026, reducing the levy in the 2027 column back to the same amount as it was in the 2025 column. Then further down, reducing the sales tax. and then you flip that over, and this assumes all other expenses are projected based on the assumptions in the model that increase, based on the normal assumptions. We'd have a shortfall of $8 million. Then we could apply $2 million of fund balance, and we'd still have a shortfall of $6 million to make up. So that would mean finding $6 million of reductions in appropriations across the county, or additional revenue, should that be a possibility. I think you all know from reviewing the budgets from year to year, we have $10 million in the sheriff's road patrol. We have $14 million of highway local share. Those are just two bigger, departments that have, so reductions to those things. I mean, the county is in the business of delivering services. So in my view, when we're talking about cutting the budget, we're talking about reducing services. Sure, there might be trimming to do around some budgets, but when you're talking about $6 million, that's not just trimming. That would have to be the result of reductions in services. So then your decisions would be, well, what services would the public be, most likely, want to do without for their property taxes to be lower. These are real things that would have to be discussed and determined in order to get the result of returning the levy to what the levy was in 2025.
Okay.
So however you go about doing that is, I'm just
Well,
kind of
so-
doing the math here and explaining the challenges that you will face in order to
Go ahead, Tom.
achieve the
Well, yeah,
goal.
I guess I'm thinking, that money can't just come from the fund balance
Okay, so-
without cutting services, and
Well,
my other big
sure.
question is
Then-
how much, how high does the fund balance have to be before we're satisfied?
So, it's your philosophy
I have a
on
proposal.
what you think the fund balance should be.
So,
So let's just
well, let
say
me-
you use $2 million of fund balance or use the whole $8 million of fund balance. Well, now, because you haven't corrected your spending and you're just using fund balance, like your savings account, if you every year go on vacation just using your savings, but you're never replenishing your savings, or at some point your savings account is gonna get to zero, well, no more vacations, okay, but, we could be in a position like the city of Dunkirk, who didn't raise taxes gradually over time, and then had an enormous, spike in their taxes, and I don't think that's good fiscal management. So anytime that you're using fund balance, and that's why we have it written this way in our financial management policy, is to use it for non-recurring expenses.
And-
Okay, so if you're gonna use it to, pay wages every year, at some point, you're not going to have the revenue
So-
to
And I
pay
think that
the bill.
that's important to realize here is, what are the uses, let's discuss the fund balance for a minute in the sense of its parameters. One
Yes.
is the fund balance is currently within those percentage parameters that this body has established. It's not an absurd or over-exaggerated amount. It's within the certain parameters that this body has set. The other thing is, as Kitty alluded, there is certain areas of expense that we have put into policy of how we spend the money. One is yes, we don't want to put it toward reoccurring expenditures. Every year, we have a little bit of a debate at budget season because we typically do. And the reason is we want to see what a balance effect can be. One thing to keep in mind is we have spent a lot of money out of the general fund outside of what we did budget last year. Last year, we utilized a good amount of fund balance that was implemented into the budget, and then also we had a lot of budget adjustments. Even today, we intend to use an additional few $1 million of fund
Yeah,
balance.
We
It's
do?
going to get used. Yes, today we're using fund balance
fun.
today, later in the resolutions. So, next year, we'll use well more than $2 million throughout the year in fund balance. It is a known.
So
we have
Past
been-
history has shown that,
And the
so.
2026 reflects, I would call it an indirect use of fund balance. We knew when we adopted the 2026 budget that there were certain risks in that budget, okay? Safety net,
That's right.
right? So did we raise taxes to the maximum that we could have projected safety net? No. We said, in my view, it was, we budgeted a reasonable amount for safety net, but we knew that we had fund balance should safety net, go further out of control or just exceed the budget. That would be an adjustment to fund balance at the end of the year and not taxing in the meantime. So that's a balancing thing to do, and you want to do it responsibly, not just use, so if you're using fund balance to keep taxes down, but then you still have something like safety net that might run out of control, then you're doubling the use of your fund balance. So we know too, coming, into 2027 or even later this year, we don't know yet if the federal changes related to SNAP will actually go into effect. If they do, that could be dramatic to our budget. The state budget, I think, is just out, so we,
Well-
have yet to analyze what
Well, in simple
might
math,
happen there.
let's say we have a $43 million fund balance, and then we dip into it in the tune of 10, 11, 12 million dollars for the next few years. Next, all of a sudden, now you have zero, and we are in the position of some of these other municipalities that are severely struggling. And then we are in a area that we need to raise taxes, because just as Kitty alluded, are we going to cut services to save that $6 million? I don't think that cutting services is that. Now, that's the argument, and that, honestly, that's what other municipalities did, is utilize fund balance and not raise taxes, and where did it get them?
If I may, because
Go ahead.
you're hitting on the main thing. Let me start this discussion off by proposing a straw man. So as I understand it, this state has a suggested minimum of about 5% for a fund balance, right? Roughly. In our case, roughly about 15 million bucks. Well, let's just say for
I mean,
argument's sake, it's about that.
They don't expressly say that, but, yeah,
Just for argument's sake,
yes,
let's just say it's
5 to 15% of
Right.
appropriations.
So 5% of 300 million is 15, right? Okay. So my proposal would be to take the 35 or so million, and let's give the taxpayers back up 20 million bucks, right now. Fund balance is, and I objected to this at budget time, is not for giving us a cushion against having to raise taxes. It's for
do it either
a
way.
truly rainy day. We used, I think I'm quoting you, about $4 million of fund balance on this budget to keep from having to break the tax cap or cut expenses.
Well, we used it to offset costs that were not recurring on a perpetual basis. So,
Well,
for example, one of our collective bargaining agreements allows for bonuses should inflation be, above or below the tax cap percentage. So those don't go on forever. So we used fund balance to offset that. I think it was about $1 million.
All right, maybe that one, but the 2 million that we put in just because we thought the safety net was under budgeted, which was
There was-
probably
There
right.
was, that was the other there was $600,000 of D fund balance, $100,000 of DM fund balance, which can only be reappropriated with there, so that's 700. Some of the other things were the startup costs for fly car or some one-time expenses
Sure.
from the county attorney's office. Some of it, yes, was for safety net. I forget the other thing, but there was a handful of items that were, you know, roughly
But
Making
in
up
my impression was, we're going to,
non-recurring expenses.
where I want to get to is the discipline of having the trade-off in budgeting being, we either cut services or we raise taxes. But what we do not do is kick the can down the road. And so if we were to take our fund balance down to roughly the state minimum, that is return $20 million in one crack to the taxpayers, and it is their money, then we would roughly be in a situation that we would have enough money so if there was a one-time hit, we could swallow it until we got to the next budget year, in which case we could then make the decisions either to cut expenses or raise taxes. That would be enough for that. That'd be still 15 million bucks. We would have enough to have reaction time to get to the next budget cycle,
So-
but probably not more. So
So,
what I don't want to see, what I'm trying to get at is, it seemed to me that we have this desire to not break a tax cap and to not raise taxes. But I would rather make the decision to raise taxes today or cut services today than to kick the can down the road because we've got a gap.
The other thing to keep in mind is the county has a lot of capital projects that are coming up that are gonna require some cash to do some of those projects. You know, one of the facilities, we all sat through a presentation of a jail project. We saw the number on that, something that we can bond down the road, but there's also, the county has money they can put toward that, and I'm sure that general fund expenditures would be utilized for some of those expenses. And also, to get that, a project like that going. It's something that's going to need to get done. There's a lot of those projects that are out there too that general fund balance could be used for. But to just simply give it back in a one-time setting and then putting yourself in a position where you only have a little bit of a reaction time. There's a lot of uncertainties in a budget, and just as Mike explained, if you had $15 million this year as a fund balance, and then you had experienced the things that we've experienced and had to utilize fund balance for, it really chews into that and doesn't give you the flexibility for the next tax year to take into consideration what taxes would be raised. This year, we didn't raise taxes because we were able to utilize some fund balance to get us through or anticipate the
That is
use of.
precisely my objection.
Right, but it isn't in mind, because I think it helps balance the scenario, because that one-time reaction may not happen the next year. We're hoping that certain things will change, or you make the correction budgetarily.
of the uses of fund balance in this year's budget, we used $600,000 for safety net. So in total, we used $3.3 million of fund balance, AD and DM fund balances, against the budget. If you wanna say safety net's not a recurring expense, that's $600,000 of it. The rest was considered one-time expenditures, and in my view, that was a responsible use of fund balance. I'm all for using fund balance, but just doing it responsibly.
What else, what are the other expenditures outside of the
We
budget
used
that we
350
used? So in total,
We had some, startup fly car, increases.
outside of the budget, so the budget,
Outside.
so we anticipated when we made the budget as spending X amount. What did we use throughout the year in amendments?
Oh,
In
for
addition.
this year or last year? So.
We could take into
Right,
consideration.
So for the 2025 budget, we budgeted to use about $6 million of fund balance. Our current projections, amendments so far for 2025, plus these year-end amendments, it looks like we're gonna use another $4 to $5 million in total of fund balance. So for 2025, the total use of fund balance is gonna be about $11 million. Then we use $3 million for the 2026 budget. So the fund balance is getting used.
Sure.
And so,
And heavily.
yeah, I mean, we already amended the budget this year. I think, was it as much as $4 million so far for safety net? That doesn't include the year-end resolutions.
We have one that's on the table today, and we're expected to have another.
3.5 already we used in fund balance. Aside from what was already planned to be used in the budget, which was about $6 million.
But am I wrong? It sounds to me like, and that, I accept your numbers, but it sounds to me like we're using fund balance to fund ongoing operations.
Unanticipated expenses. We didn't expect safety net to
No,
go
no, I
out in
understand, but
2025 the way it did. We did, you know,
so, but then what I would, and the reason for pulling it down to the minimum is, okay, let's say we burned $6 million of fund balance on unanticipated operational ongoing things. Fair enough, then we need to budget replacing that,
Correct.
whatever it is, in the coming year. And we can do that one of two ways, cutting expenses or raising taxes, one or t'other. And that's okay, because now we're facing reality.
yes.
So that's what I mean by the fund balance is an intra-year cushion, but it is not a way to postpone the reckoning between revenues and expenses. I want to set up a system where we're taking the responsibility for looking the tax guys in the eye, or looking the
Yes.
beneficiaries of spending in the
Yeah.
eye and saying, hey, we got to do something about that difference now and not kick it down the road.
Correct. I would agree with that. I think anytime that there's been a true incremental cost to the county, you know, I would always argue that you need to right-size the budget. And if that means raising the taxes or cutting something else, that's what should be done. You know, but, you know, it hasn't been the will of the legislature over the years. Since the tax cap was put into place, I think only one time, maybe two times, there was a vote to override the tax cap. And only one of those two times did we actually exceed the tax cap.
I understand.
So, you know, that takes 2/3 vote of the legislature. But we try to propose a budget, you know, when we're developing the tentative budget, that it at least stays under the tax cap. But certainly if an incremental new cost came to the county, you know, I think it would be reasonable to consider exceeding the tax cap. for
And the other
that
part of it is,
purpose.
where did our $35 million in fund come from? Again, it seems to me, and I'm a newbie in this, but it
Yeah,
seems
I
like,
mean, it's fairly in recent years that our fund balance has grown to where it was. So it was really during years, you know, since COVID, where we budgeted quite conservatively because there was so many unknowns during that time period. And our results came in, you know, far better than expected, especially in the area of sales tax. You know, many counties were not as fortunate. They had, you know, huge losses of sales tax during those time periods. And we did not see as dramatic of loss of sales taxes as other parts of the state. But for generally speaking, there was probably 2020 and 2021, maybe some of 2022, results were much better than our budget. And really, in just a few years, that's what grew our fund balance to where it is now. And we have, you know, subsequently, you know, utilized it when we.
right, and I mean, as it sits there and it gets called slush fund, which it should not be, it's a temptation to all of us to kick the can down the road, and that's what I'm trying to get away from. So I don't know whether the number's $20 million or $10 million or $15 million, but that's what I would argue for, is let's right-size the fund balance so we're forced to right-size our taxes or our spending.
And an argument to that, Fred, I think is over past practices, and is what Kitty did allude to, is generally speaking, we have done that throughout the budget. In sense of, let's take the fly car system. That's been something that I've advocated for several years, that we were not conservative in our estimations in revenue. And we were always really, supplementing that with fund balance, 500, 600, 700,000 for several years in a row. And I said, let's have it so it's actually correct one year, or we have a surplus. And we've kind of gotten that corrected. It took some time. Luckily, we were able to utilize fund balance to help us with those misunderstandings. If there's other situations, we have reconciled and corrected the budget, changed it so that the fund is there. One area of concern is safety net. That is an area that has been extremely difficult to budget. It is not, what do we rectify it? What amount do you set it at? If you could tell me at budget season what we're going to spend exactly, then we should budget up for that. But the problem is we don't know that exact amount, and it's been a moving target. And history shows it's been a roller coaster too. When's it going to fall off? That's what our hope is that we can ride those couple of years of a high to experience the low and have the budget be back in par. If it's going to continue to rise, we have increased the budget there, and we've tried to do it in a manner in which that it hasn't negatively affected the taxpayer dramatically, or to surpass that tax cap. But if it does continue to rise, our intent is to try to follow it as best as we can as far as a budget number, and that's difficult. It's a moving target, and we really don't know what it's going to be. And we did increase it, fairly significantly this year. But we did intend to use some fund balance for it, because really it's a moving target and we don't really know what it's going to be. And we did expect to have to utilize some. I agree, it's not the right. It's a use of fund balance of a reoccurring cost and a reoccurring, but the reoccurring is unknown, and it's something that by utilizing a fund balance kind of lets you be able to pinpoint it a little more, or see what the trend's going to actually do. It's a challenge.
I agree. I mean, it makes, as a legislature and as an executive, it makes our life easier. I understand that. But that's really not the purpose.
Well, it makes a
of a fund
taxpayer's life easier too.
Yeah, sure,
in a sense.
absolutely.
And that's
Well-
that's what we're here advocating for, is our taxpayers too. I'm a taxpayer. I'm thankful we didn't raise our taxes last year to cover the potential expense of safety net. We could ride it out for a year or two. If that's what it's going to be, as a taxpayer, I am willing to contribute more if the program needs it, if that's what it's meant to do. But you can lean on a savings account of Whisker.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
to your comment of the fly car, I'd like to, I go to a lot of my fire department meetings, and I think it's been a very important thing for them, especially now as recruitment for volunteer fire departments is becoming a struggle, and having somebody to show up and capable of, taking care of what needs done has been an important investment to the county. To the point of sales tax, the argument's been, your savings of $100 on a new car, but I don't know many people that buy new cars every year in an economy that's struggling, and at the same time discussing raising taxes with the disguise of lowering taxes by using fund balance. And obviously this isn't kitties, and we'll dissolve into this a lot more in the next resolution, but on top of a $6 million deficit, with the discussion of possibly increasing a tax credit for senior citizens, the other day when we looked at it, it was also going to be, with the numbers we had provided, at a $58,000 income level, another $2 million just onto the county's tax levy, which I would assume is basic math would put us about an $8 million not quite a
The-
loss,
The
but
change in the exemption doesn't have an impact on the total levy. It just.
it'll just be
shifts
dispersed to
where-
everybody
who-
else.
who is
Right.
paying what share of the levy.
But I
the levy
think-
itself is not changed by the exemption.
Right, but it'll cost other people more to shift that.
Yeah. I mean,
But at the same time, looking at that, we discussed that a lot of the towns and municipalities adopt the same resolution we have with that income level, which, as we discussed, taking sales tax, and I agree with Kitty, if we're gonna lower it, we need to make them whole, because it's important to them and they rely on that revenue as much as we do to make up their small town budgets. While at the same time, though, they need to figure out how they're going to disperse their tax credits as well. That's the part that I look at mainly is, we are here to make decisions for everybody as a whole, but we need to realize that what our decisions do affect the town's budgets directly and indirectly by not only just the taxpayers, but both budgets at the same time. And I just would like us to take that into consideration.
Yeah, a couple comments. I think first, the first part of the resolution, the 2 million, that will probably come back in October during budget time. And the third one, the sales tax, I think would require a home rule resolution, and so that one might come back later, and later in the year, we might have a better idea of if that's possible. But as far as the senior citizen property tax exemption, we're not talking about raising it to 50,000. We're talking about raising it to 38,000. It doesn't seem like a big jump.
Let's continue, let's
We'll get to that one, I guess.
We'll get to
I mean,
it.
that's what I
Yeah.
know. It's,
Let's not
these three
intermingle,
things
yeah.
are in this resolution, and then the next one is in the
understood.
one following, so we can get into that next if you like.
Yeah, no, so,
But-
do we have any other discussions or comments on the proposed resolution number 6, the 18-26? Any more comments, questions?
I will be voting no, just because I think it's too early to make these decisions within this resolution. Like Mr. Nelson had said, when it comes closer to budget season, we can look at these more and obviously have a better idea as to where the numbers lie, but I think we need to close out 2025 before we start planning for 2027 at this time.
I would vote no for a different reason, which is I just don't like using fund balance bits and pieces. We need to decide. I hope fund balance is for emergencies and we manage our costs and our revenues outside of that.
I'm a no vote as well, and just in the sense of that, I understand the policy and the point of the resolution, but I also just, after serving on the legislature for a number of years and working through budget seasons, I've been in challenging situations where it's been hard to come up with the necessary funds to complete a budget and get it to be at balance, and to also responsibly use a fund balance. And keep in mind the effects that it has on a taxpayer. And so I think that as a whole, we tend to generally try to do this as it is. It makes it, if we made it into a resolution, that it would pose challenges that aren't necessary.
I'm voting for it. Maybe no surprise. And I still go back to my question of, what's the dollar amount? When will we be satisfied with our fund balance? When it's 40, 45 million, 50 million? When will we start giving that back to the taxpayers?
In the financial management policy, there is language in there that speaks to what would be done if the amount exceeded 15%. So in that financial management, I can't remember the exact language, but it does provide language that there would be an action taken if it
We
were
would-
to exceed 15%.
We would
Yeah.
have to do
Something.
something.
Yeah, I
with
can't
it.
remember exactly what we put in there, but we did put language
Give
in
it
there
back to the people
to
who
say
we got
that,
it from.
you know, how it should be used if it were to
Mhm.
exceed 15%.
Okay.
And I guess what I'm just saying is if we're gonna give, fund balance back to the taxpayers, you know, let's get real or let's go home. And, because we've got $35 million, that 15% cap would be 45-ish.
Yeah.
So it's just, but let's not bits and pieces it.
The bits and pieces add up.
Yeah,
So we
So
do
let's
get
add 'em
real. Okay, let's vote, and then we'll move into the next resolution. So, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye?
Those opposed, say nay.
nay.
Nay. So the vote fails. 3 no votes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just take a second, I just wanted to make a comment on some of the upcoming resolutions for the committee's
Sure.
information. I just wanted you to keep in mind that, you know, these year-end resolutions are to reconcile the budget at the end of the year. We're not legally allowed to have appropriations over what the budget is, and so a lot of times we really don't know our year-end results until the final payroll is paid, all the accruals are in, all the revenue accruals are in. So these resolutions are just to reconcile all of that. Some of them do use fund balance to balance them out, but the uses of fund balance aren't, in the individual resolutions, don't give you the full results. That's not the exact amount of fund balance at the end of the day after all departments are reconciled. Some have surpluses that make up some of those differences. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you see some of the resolutions that are using fund balance.
Just mechanically, for a moment, if we were to say on one of those resolutions, no, we don't want to use fund balance for this, can we even mechanically do that?
So, yeah,
What
so
would be-
there,
what
there
would
are,
happen?
so for example, we have about $1 million surplus in sales tax. So you could balance one of the resolutions out by saying, you know, increase the budget for sales tax to offset this cost increase. Generally speaking, it's been the direction of the legislature that the legislature didn't want to see us to do it that way. Or, you know, let's say the DA had a surplus in their department and we could use that surplus to offset an expense in another department. We could do it that way. But
Okay,
the direction we've been given is to really, to use the fund balance, which then reflects truly what that department needed to offset their budget, so. But in the big picture, it doesn't represent the exact amount of fund balance that the whole general fund will be adjusted by.
so essentially, the sales tax surplus floats through the fund balance and back down to cover the open expense.
Yeah, to that point, I counted, I think, 25 resolutions that are to reconcile the budget today, of the 48. And what does that suggest? I mean, to me, it suggests we don't really know, that, well, the budgets aren't always spot on, which I get.
Correct.
But we don't know, sometimes we spend more, sometimes we spend less.
Yeah.
And so what bothers me about the whole thing, you know, we're like, well, what's gonna happen if we give seniors this tax exemption, or this property tax exemption? And we don't know how many will apply. So there's a little bit of an unknown, but yet we live with this all the time, don't we? I mean, these types of,
All
this
those-
issue of
Yeah, I mean, the
not knowing
budget
exactly.
is a plan, and, you know,
Yeah.
a lot of things change during the year, or, you know, so this reconciliation process is just because we're required to do it from an
Right.
accounting perspective, so
Sure.
it does.
All those
you
budget
know,
amendments don't necessarily mean it's coming out of fund balance, though.
All right, no, and some are, I know, some we have a surplus, but it's a moving target, and I get that.
Yes.
But so when there seems to be this like concern, like, oh gosh, we give people who make 38,000 or less, people 65 or older, a partial property tax exemption, everybody acts like it's gonna bust the budget, and I'm thinking,
Well, it doesn't change the budget at all. The exemption do not change the budget. It
okay,
only changes who's paying for the levy.
okay.
That's all it changes.
Well, it's a tax
And-
shift.
Let's
Let's
move
shift
into,
gears, I guess,
And
to
Ken-
that.
and Ken, our real property tax director and
Okay.
another assessor is here to help, present those
let's,
topics. but-
let's call that one to
yeah.
order. So resolution number, the next on the agenda today is number 7, is resolution number 19-26, amend senior real property tax exemption. This has been referred back to committee from the last legislature meeting. Tom, you've already talked about this one, so I'm referring,
No, I'm sorry,
no comments.
I'll try to.
I'm just kidding. Please.
This is changing the figure from 30,000 to 38.
Okay.
And this is when we did it 2 years ago, from 22 to 30.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So while she's handing that out, I think it is
this
important to
The same examples I got.
note
yesterday?
that
Okay.
Kitty's
Nope, I got it.
comment is
Okay.
the exemption would certainly help those that are in a position that would then apply. But the shift of those expenses do fall back onto just the rest of the tax base, which is an unknown amount, arguably pretty small. But
Do you want us to let you know who we are really quick?
please.
Kim Moline, Director of Real Property Tax here at the county. Heather Young DL, Assessor for the City of Jamestown, Sherman, Mina, French Creek, Poland, and Stockton.
Is there a limit of how many you can
I don't,
serve?
I hope,
Apparently
maybe,
not.
I don't know. It's a dwindling number of us.
Yeah. So, ladies, today we have on our desk is a resolution that's, it's a proposal to amend the senior real property tax exemption in sense of the qualifying amount. On your expertise, would you want to walk us through what you have put in front of us today for?
Just to give you a few points before we start, the state only allows us to find out information for the max amount for the sliding exemption. So the max amount is 58,400 for the income. We can't pick or choose what number we want to use to see how many residents in Chautauqua County would qualify. It's a state-generated report, we can only use that. That's what the figures are. We used the same figures 2 years ago, except we didn't have all of the towns. We have updated that spreadsheet for all of the towns in the 2 cities, from the one we did 2 years ago to the one we are presenting today.
Okay.
I think to my best point is, when we did this in 2024, we were making an adjustment for the COLA, cost of living adjustment was between 7 and 8% at the time we increased it from 22 to 30. We have had a relatively stagnant 2.8% COLA for 2024 and 25 respectively. So in my mind, as an assessor for multiple municipalities, we do not see the need for an increase again from 30 to 38, when in 2024 we had a 36% increase, and now you're asking for another 27% increase, for which the already struggling new young homeowner will now be burdened with that tax that the person who may be a senior, yes, and may also have investments and IRAs and income that they have in their pockets and in their savings accounts that young homeowners don't have. So I implore you, as the assessor for the city of Jamestown, who would see that ramification exponentially. So that's where I stand on that.
Thank you, Heather.
I mean, in comparison to the last one, this one is at least, we are going to proposing to reduce taxes on one group of people and raise taxes on another group of people. And the point you make that, okay, young homeowners trying to get into the market, you're raising the cost to them. So,
What
you know,
this
this is not a victim-free change.
What
No.
this exemption does also is it takes our taxable assessed value, which our tax rates are based on, and it's gonna lower it. So essentially, you're raising taxes on a dollar amount with a lower tax base. The
the
tax rate
rate's
isn't
gonna-
gonna stay the same or lower, the rate is
gonna
gonna go up. It's not gonna wash itself out.
How?
Anyway.
Well,
And maybe explain it.
now I'm
How does
confused.
it?
So
yeah.
you want to raise X number of dollars for your
Mhm.
budget for the county, but the county's taxable value is this.
10 million, let's
10
just say,
million.
let's go even number. Now you're
N-
decreasing
now
that
you're-
10,
So
that
now
10
you're
million.
keeping your budget, the amount to raise in tax is the same, but your taxable
Decreasing
value
what?
now will decrease by
2 million.
2 million.
So we'd have to increase the tax,
The
the
tax
mill
rate
rate.
then would be increased.
We would have
Those
to increase the
seniors who
mill
are-
rate to cover it.
Yep,
Oh,
those
I
seniors who
understand.
are entitled that exemption, yeah, they're gonna get the exemption, but their tax rates are gonna go up. They may not see a savings in their taxes.
But the tax rate goes up on the entire population, right?
Yes,
So.
all of
the
us,
senior-
All
the
of
s-
us will be affected by
But
that.
the
whole
seniors ought to
bucket.
get a net benefit in that swap.
And the seniors will go up the same, but they will experience a little savings, but.
the exemption is 50% off
Sure.
of their assessed value.
Mhm.
So if you are a senior and your assessment is at 100,000 and you qualify for this, you pay taxes on 50,000, not 100,000.
Right, I understand.
Right.
And more to that, we have at least 7 that I've counted just this morning that have entrusted the diligence of the county legislature to adopt an income limit that's based on actual need and not throwing the proverbial dart at a dartboard to decide what that adjustment should be
Yeah.
annually.
So then now our towns that follow our income amount, they're gonna get hit because their taxable values are gonna go down, their tax rates are gonna change. It's like a snowboard effect, or snowball effect, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, I had said this in Administrative Services the other day, basically the same thing Heather had said, but I was also at the Town of Poland's meeting the day. Heather came to us the last time we raised this to 58.4, 58.6, and expressed to us the drastic increase this was going to put on the local budgets. And I had also said in Administrative Services, you know, myself, a young person, and I think Legislator Nebel had mentioned it the last time we discussed this, is we constantly talk about a drastic decline in our population. We have made motions and resolutions to hire outside of county people, younger people, to get them to come and work within Chautauqua County. And I made it the statement before, I'm all for supporting our senior citizens.
Exactly.
But as Heather said, if we're continuing as a less than a 3% increase, but we usually plan for a 3% increase a year, we've done 36% 2 years ago. I, as well, struggle for another 30% increase, as well as I said before, what it's gonna put onto our towns. I mean, we can split $2 million a lot easier than a town can split $100,000.
And the number isn't gonna be 2 million, because that's based on that higher income.
Right.
You know, I wish we could give you a figure, but we can't. So, I mean, we know it's not going to be 2 million, but we know it's going to be
Now,
somewhere in between that.
does this also go to school taxes as well?
Yes.
So,
If the schools have adopted the exemption,
I mean,
But
now-
the
they
school-
required to
most
do
of the
that?
schools,
they have to adopt by local law to follow.
and they don't usually follow the county, they do their own income, but yeah, it's on the school tax and it's on the county, town, and city tax.
And just with considering my towns alone, I have 215 between all of them that qualify and participate in the low-income senior exemption. And using these calculations, granted, this is the max, this is worst-case scenario, but we could be looking at 1,400 from 215. So you're talking about overburdening now the assessors' offices, who are most of the time single-sole assessors with no staff. Or the city of Jamestown that once had 4 full-time staff members that now has 2 1/2 staff members. And you want to talk about increasing it to 1,000 potential qualifiers from 200.
Are you using the 58,000 or are you using the 38,000 figure?
There's no way to pull out the 38,000.
But you're using when you just said that, it was the
And I
58,000.
just said worst case scenario, yes.
That's not what this legislation is asking for. The 58 is asking for 38.
Right, but that's
Yeah.
worst case scenario.
There's
if it
no way
was
for
that
us to
amount.
pull that information out, sir.
Yeah.
But I think the
I'm-
glaring issue is the 27% increase proposed this year as opposed to 36% that was just done in 2024.
All right, so I have a son who's a new homeowner in Jamestown, and a daughter who's a new homeowner, not
Good.
in the last 2 or 3 years, one probably in the spring. And I know what their struggles are. But also, when I walk my district, and I walk up and down 4th Street, 5th Street, King, Barrows, Allen Street, there's a lot of elderly people there who are making less than 38,000, who are saying, we're having a hard time staying in our house. And I look at the situation they're in, and I know I'm sympathetic to the young people. As I get older, I'm in that older bracket, but I don't know.
With all due
That's why
respect, though,
that's
the
why I'm
property
here.
owner, the property owner that lives on King Street is struggling with a $15,000 assessment, while the new homeowner who's buying a house now can't purchase one for less than 80.
And I think it's important to
I-
state the
I
argument's not
agree.
just young people. The argument is working families. The argument is anybody from the
It's
range.
seniors who don't qualify for this. They're gonna
Yeah.
have that hit too. They may make $40,000 or $50,000. They're gonna be hit with that too.
And the other portion too is, yeah, obviously, we have we're discussing the county tax and the town taxes that are distributed, but I think it is important to understand the ramifications of a school tax too. So, these school districts then are faced with the same debate and conversation that we're having today of what they're going to do with their own individual budgets, because they can and they can and cannot if they want to. So that debate then puts the extra strain on those individual communities, and that's always been a challenge, because I've sat in that seat as well. Should we give that back? And also, if they do choose to, it's going to burden the same class that we're just discussing. So now that class is going to get burdened on a town and county level, but as well as a school level too. And so it could be instead of just a few $100s, so we're seeing a $2 million change
That's
in our
worst
tax
case, though.
distribution,
Yeah,
worst
potential.
case. So what would be the worst case change in amounts for our school districts, right, too? So, take that consideration. Now, I don't know what the value, what the tendency is. Let's just say we have 30 school districts in our county, and we decide, are 15 of them going to do this? And what is that number now, adding another $1.5 million to this, So it's, is that what, those are the full parameters of the decision of adjusting this today too. So it's not just this projection, it's a much larger number,
And a
our
lot
school
of those,
districts.
if the school has that exemption, most of those seniors won't have a school tax bill, but the school will have to make up for it between their star and their aged exemption.
Mhm.
And
That's
City of
correct.
Jamestown's struggling just to decide whether to go from 20,000 to 22,000. And they're having an ethical and moral dilemma with that just because of the same exact reason. Now we shift that burden onto all of the other homeowners in the city, and at what cost? When the property owners who are there and have been for so many years haven't seen a reassessment since 2004. And have much lower assessments, yet you have a new homeowner who comes in and purchases a home that's likely had improvements that were not on record for inventory purposes, and now their assessments are adjusted because we found data and inventory that was not on the assessment roll, and we have now increased their assessment as well.
So this is a tough discussion, but I find it far more productive than the last one, because now we're dealing with a decision, and a legitimate decision, to help some seniors who might be in need, and to pay for it by increasing the taxes on some other people like young couples, who also are in need. It's a fair decision, but at least it is a looking at reality decision either way we jump. We're not going into special funds or slush funds or any of that. This is a real decision. And I sympathize with some seniors of limited income, and I sympathize with young families who are having a hard time getting in the housing market. And it's a tough call, but at least it's a real call.
But I think another thing to point out is we've kind of put the tax department on the spot here. The last time the tax department came to us and asked us if we would consider an amendment to this. And this time we're throwing them into the fire and telling them, well, why should we do this?
Right,
And
thank you.
And so, you know, other ways, another way to look at it is to keep the tax rates as they are, not burden the taxpayer in that sense of that, in far as this discussion. But what could you do? So we as a county do employ a Office of the Aging. Is there some sort of a program or a service that we could add to, under their purview, to help these specific individuals as well? Or to, if the individuals are having a hard time with their taxes, is there other ways we can supplement them to lighten the load so they will have the money for their taxes? You know, so there's other ways to go about this as well. And, you know, and we're not in that fight alone, because the state of New York recognizes that same thing. They've improved and provided more funding for those agencies to try to help fill those gaps. So, you know, later today, we're gonna hear a proposal from the Office of the Aging that they have some other additional funds that they've been able to utilize to do just that. So, I think, you know, if you know, when it comes to budget seasons, we could challenge the department to, if we just decided to give them extra funds to do something with it, and how would they impact that aging population? So there's other mechanisms instead of just a tax adjustment or tax shift, if you will.
On the inflationary thing, so the inflation since '24 is slightly less than 2%, 3% a year, call it 3. So that would be, instead of a $8,000 increase, would be a $2,000 increase, just to hold even. How about that as a middle ground?
It's a lot easier to swallow than 26%, 27%.
And at least it's just keeping things whole in real dollars.
Sure, yeah, and this is not a program that I think should not be revisited. It should be. As we have changes in economics and market, it should be revisited, and I applaud you for that, but I don't see where we do these monumental increases here in Chautauqua County that you don't see even throughout New York State. I mean, the $58,000 and $50,000 are for counties like Westchester and Albany counties, where their homes are worth $2 and $3 million, and you've got seniors living in those homes. The income limits that we're looking at now is the high end of most counties throughout the rest of rural New York State. So yeah, I think $2,000 is much easier to swallow.
I know in the past, before I was here, they had a resolution where it started out at a dollar amount, and each year it went up incrementally $1,000 for the income over a 5-year period. And then it kind of halted, and I think it was at 16 or 17,000. Mm-hmm. Then the next increase went to 20,000. That was a big difference.
With like 8 years in between.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it went to the 22,000. And that even, that was a couple year gap?
Yeah, a couple, or maybe close to a handful, I think.
Yeah. And then the 22,000 stayed for a while until we increased it 2 years ago.
And, I mean, I like to talk in real money. And so every time one does not keep things adjusted to inflation, more or less, you end up with these cliffs,
Yes.
which then are a struggle, because we have not dealt with real money, and real as in inflation adjusted.
So,
And that's what happened last. That's the whole reason why this happened in 2024, is we were going to lose senior citizens who income qualified, and now based on their Social Security increase, we're now going to lose that. and essentially lose the increase that they had in Social Security to make up for it in paying their property tax.
Sure. And Social Security is adjusted annually?
Sure,
Cool.
yeah, so that was the crisis that we encountered in 2024. Such crisis does not exist at this point in
Right.
time.
We didn't want to see all those seniors lose.
But now we're gonna add a bucket full more.
Correct. And so if we go up, if we just kind of keep going up with inflation, you know, that shouldn't ever happen again in terms of hitting that problem.
So your suggestion was to raise it how much, Fred?
Well, $2,000 is slightly over inflation.
Okay. Would you want to
Inflation.
consider that amendment today?
I'll make that amendment, motion.
I'll second it.
Can I, before we go there, we keep talking about the worst-case scenario and $58,000. It's my understanding that New York State real property tax law authorizes income limits up to $50,000. Is
That
that
would be the
correct?
max for this exemption,
Right. Why does
without
it-
the sliding scale.
Yep, the sliding scale offers you to go up to 58,400 if you were gonna offer the lowest income to get 50%, and then an increment higher, let's say an income of 50,000 could get 45%, and then an income limit of 45,000 could get 55% or 35%. So there's a sliding scale that's attributed to that higher income limit.
Fred, do you want to revisit your amendment?
I'll just make the motion that we, instead of going to 38,000, we go to 32,000, just to stay with inflation.
I'll second that amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Right?
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed? So we have three yeas and one nay. The amendment has been adopted. Any discussion on the new amended resolution?
No, I thank you for your consideration on that. I think that's, the due diligence for the county has been successful on that.
Any other questions, comments?
I guess before we go any further, are you guys comfortable, or would you prefer to go and talk to assessors and we talk more on this next month as to where the rest of our towns and cities lie?
I don't think that many other assessors, and I do hate to speak for them all, but myself and two others take up more than half of the county, and I don't think that either one of us would take issue with that either. There's, again, a similar situation where you're gonna have some of the needy folks bump off because of COLA for Social Security that would now be compensated for.
Okay.
It seems like we're just giving the seniors just barely enough. And it seemed like we could, if you bumped it up to 38, it would help a few more people.
And it would
And I
hurt a
think-
few more people too, so.
I don't know. I mean, again, I've got young kids that are homeowners in the city, and
I have a senior
I-
mom who doesn't qualify for it. She'd take a big hit on this.
Well,
It's
and
just
again-
her. It's not, my dad's deceased, so you got young and you have
what,
other
you're
seniors.
saying she would pay more in property taxes?
Yes.
Because her income level is?
Higher than what this is. She doesn't qualify for this exemption.
So if it's higher, then, mine's higher, I don't need the exemption.
Her taxes bill is gonna go up.
Yeah, the tax bill's gonna go up, which is
Yeah.
gonna be a burden on her with a fixed income. She's retired, she's 65 or older. I mean, there's a lot of people in her bracket that are
That's
in that
correct.
age where they're retired and they have Social Security and maybe a pension or retirement, so they
Right.
make more money than they're be eligible for,
So
and
they
they're
don't-
gonna take a hit on that.
But-
So you're still hitting seniors, you're not helping all seniors.
But I'm not quite 65, close, but if I were to, I guess because she makes more,
So she should be penalized?
But also it
Well,
will
am
put,
I-
it'll put an,
all of us are, we're all paying.
it'll put a new burden on her as well.
Well, I get,
It's a burden on not just her, how many seniors are in her situation in the county?
38,000 to 45, we're still
Yeah.
not doing great.
Yeah,
Well,
you know, and a lot of them might be
Mhm.
widowed and are on their own
Yeah.
and doing this.
And we can,
well,
we
I
can
guess
all
I'm in the corner of those older widowed people who are making in the low 30s, and
we don't see those folks in the city of Jamestown. People come and apply, and they come and apply with income between $38,000 and $50,000, and they're like, oh, shucks, I don't make it. I don't see those people entering into my office who are at 31, 32, 35,000.
Really?
So where are they? Where is the outcry from the property owners of the city of Jamestown in my office then if we're in such a desperate time to go up that high?
Okay, well,
You know,
but we could keep debating this, but I think we
Yeah.
have. Let's take a vote on the amended version. So, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
1 nay. It is carried. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Next on our, we'll go through a couple more resolutions and then we'll take a brief
You read my
break.
mind.
Next on the agenda is proposed resolution number 8. There is a amended version that has been placed on our desk that we will be discussing, and that resolution is amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations environment landfill.
Good morning, Chad Marks, Deputy Director of Finance for Public Facilities. All right, so to start with this one, yes, the landfill did go over budget on a couple items. We do have some funding that was left over, surplus funds that were left over that we can actually balance this out with. Your corrected versions include the increase in the payroll services by $73,396. That's mostly due to overtime due to an unexpected project and some staffing shortages, as well as some changes to sub-department allocations within the landfill itself. There is surpluses in those other departments. The household hazardous waste contractual line items is $4,001 over on the contractuals. Basically, the household hazardous waste events that we put on for the county, or for the residents of the county, the contract is based on volume, not a per event cost. So there has been some uptick in the volume that's been brought into those events, so it did exceed the budgeted amount for the year on those two projects. And then we just had a little bit employee benefit overrun on that as well, just due to some pay or from budgetary or benefit election changes for that department. To cover all this, we are staying in-house, obviously. We did have some additional contractual funding left over for the landfill portion of, or landfill account. Due to lab service fees being down and treatment for leachate being down this year, the drought conditions kind of meant that they didn't have as much leachate production, so there was less being treated. Plus, that also prevented them from being able to do the weekly water samples that they normally do over the summer months, because they just didn't have the water to do it.
Just quick question, and this goes to, maybe to Kitty for all of these. The percentage difference, I mean, it's one thing if we're looking at a budget overrun of, 3-4%, okay. If we're looking at a budget overrun of, say that 73,000 is a 40% over, then now that's a different discussion in terms of as to what happened. But, so I have no reference as we go through these things as to how big a miss we're talking about relative to reality.
That portion, the landfill version, or the .1s on that, or the 1,000, the landfill is the lion's share of that particular thing. So that is a drop in the bucket compared to what that budget.
So that's a less than 5% variance?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution, number 9, is the amend 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, South Chautauqua Lake Sewer District. This has also been amended, and the amended version is in front of us as well.
Correct. That one, we did have to add the personal services portion of this, the $4,797, due to some additional payroll charges that were posted to the account after the initial pre-file was done for that. we move on to the ESS 8120.4 contractuals. That is over budget due to depreciation for the new phases coming online. There's some additional unanticipated, or just the timing of when the depreciation was actually put into the budget, and then that stuff came online. That was not budgeted for. It has been corrected for 2026, so that.
So depreciation is, one put in service, so this got put in service early?
I'm sorry?
So, depreciation is something that's easily forecastable. You have a project, unless you're telling me we blew the capital budget, and that's why we've got excess depreciation,
No, the project came online sooner
sooner than expected.
yes.
And so first year depreciation was expected to be 26, and it turned out to be 25, which is fine, you got the project done early.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the .8s on that, the benefit elections, again, the same thing, due to changes in benefit elections and some allocations between the ESS 8120 and ESS 8130 on that. To cover all this, the district had appropriation accounts in the 8130, the sewage treatment account for the contractuals, that were able to cover that. And what that is a lot of it, they were under on their equipment maintenance costs for this year's, and other supplies that they use for treatment and stuff where they didn't use as much as anticipated for the year.
But again, maybe to get, so roughly, the 351 depreciation is a non-cash expense, but the 370 overage is a cash benefit. So we're roughly 370 long.
There was some additional depreciation that was light on that side too, so it is kind of, yes, we had cash that went out, but there was also some depreciation factored into that 370 as well. But the lion's share of that came from equipment maintenance and supplies being under.
Right. No, so our benefit to our cash balances, if you like,
Correct.
was real cash, whereas our hurt to the budget was non-cash.
Correct.
So our fund grew by 300,000, hopefully.
Well, give or take.
Other questions, comments? We'll keep it flowing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next, proposed resolution number 10 is amend 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, Portland, Pofford, Dunkirk Sewer District.
Good morning, Allison Vento, Administrative Director for North Chautauqua Water and Sewer Districts.
All right, for this one, this particular district, we had a little bit of an overrun in the personal services, the .1s, by $988. Due to a payroll allocation that has since been corrected, and then there's an additional, one of the employees that is partially allocated to that district also received, they're on the mid-year plan or mid-year cycle for pay increases, so that was a little bit of what increased that as well. That district had some contractual money that was available to offset that, so they were able to just kind of keep everything in-house and offset with reductions in other contractor costs.
Questions or comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. Next proposed resolution number 11 is amend the 2025 budget year-end reconciliations, North County Industrial Water District number 1.
And this one, there should also be a amendment to change the one number on the EW 8310.4, the contractuals, the third item.
It was just a typo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just a typo.
Okay, I didn't know if you made a wholesale change. Okay, so, yeah, the North County Industrial Water District, we did have some overruns on both the 8120 and the 8310 personal services.
They're all
Both of those,
cash.
again, similar to the Portland Pomfret District. There were some payroll allocations that were moved mid-year. They were offset by allocations on that end. Just some employee reshuffling that was missed at budget time, has again since been corrected for 2026. There were some additional expenses, vacation sellback was a little under budgeted, and longevity pay under budgeted in those two as well. We get to the contractuals. What that is that is related to depreciation as well. It was the timing of the asset being capitalized from the project. It was not included fully in the 2025 budget, similar to the other one. It has been corrected for the 26 budget. And then to balance that budget, the district had some changes to employee benefit elections that we were able to use some employee benefits funding from, and then they also had some residual revenue that we were able to cover the rest of it with. Charge for the water, interest and earnings, and then miscellaneous prior year expenses. And what that was a reimbursement from a payment that we had paid a contractor from previous years, back from 21 to 23, that Allison found in reviewing the accounts, and was able to get them to refund the money to us. So that's what that $2,600 is from that.
Okay.
Is this the department that was charging to pay our utilities? Or the
Nope,
No.
that's
same-
the next one.
next
Yeah,
one? Okay.
This one was, the industrial water district was being overbilled for hours and mileage to do reading. So when I went back, I went and calculated what they overbilled, and then they refunded us what they owed us
Okay,
back.
perfect.
And the actual dollar amount was more than the
It was
2656.
just under 5,000 that we were
But we only-
refunded for those years.
We only needed that amount to cover
Yeah.
the overrun.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. Next proposed resolution number 12. It's to amend the 2026 budget for Norris County Industrial Water District Number 1.
So this resolution pertains to, the industrial water district has 16 customers, and their individual meters that monitor how much water that they use each quarter are extremely old and aren't reading correctly or accurately, so the industrial district is looking to use some of their fund balance to replace those 16 meters so that we can accurately track what each individual business is actually using for their water each quarter.
So what's the payback? In other words, we're gonna spend 78,000 that we didn't plan to spend, but we're gonna, I presume, have a revenue.
I don't
Flow.
have that calculations because previous years, these meters either weren't being read correctly or meters weren't working. So their reads, I don't have really good data or a good handle on how much these customers are actually using because of how old the meters are. So I am anticipating revenue to go up because these customers are actually gonna be charged for the water that they're using.
And some complaints, I imagine, once they get a bill.
There
it-
probably will be, yes.
Yeah.
I have stories about that, but again, I hate being a private sector guy, but I would never approve a capital expenditure of $78,000 that's designed to increase revenue without at least having some idea of how much money I'm gonna save for doing it. Because if you come back and said, man, we're gonna save $3,000 in increased revenue, I'd say, oh, no, forget it. If you're telling me we're gonna get $20,000, $30,000 a year in increased revenue, I say, go for it. But to just say we don't know,
The other thing, the way you look at it too, is you need to correct those devices as it is. It's actual parts and pieces. We would have to do it whether we were going to experience an increase or not, because they're not functioning and they need to be there and we need to replace them.
Average meter cycle is about 5 to 10 years. Some of these are over 20 years old.
They should have been replaced 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
You know, we should have
Agreed.
spent the 70,000 then. So, you know, if we receive any extra income, it's really a bonus. You know, this is really regular maintenance.
It is.
well, but then, okay, and that's a perfectly fair point. But then, now I'm whining, but if it's regular maintenance, we should have budgeted it.
Agreed. You know.
Agreed.
Wow, this is,
And
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
she's worked at this in many
No, and
departments.
this is new, you know, and agreed. And I think moving forward, those types of situations and problems are on your purview. And thus,
They
you know,
are.
the creation of, you know, history a few years ago, you know, this need for the direction and leadership within these districts was present, and so the position was created with, for this sort of
Oversight.
oversight. So those are the things that are going to be corrected, and as this body will probably be seeing those things in the next few years as you discover them.
Yep.
So it's a work in progress, Fred, and to your point, that's why she's sitting there today.
Oh, bless you. But, so, one of my least favorite phrases in the world is deferred maintenance. Proper English would say premeditated neglect, which we don't want to do. So anyway, that's not, so here, if you're fixing this up, congratulations, great, I love it.
Thank you.
Is it typical for us to have other companies install these? Or is it just because of how small the district is?
This is because some of these meters that need to be installed require a fine, small space,
Oh, permits and
permits, yes.
qualification,
Yep.
okay.
Like, for example, Purina, you know, the water operator for the district can't go in and replace that meter
Okay.
because of the requirements.
So this is an inflated number as it is because of the circumstances.
Any other questions, comments? Not hearing any, will, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. We'll do one more resolution before our break, which is number 13, this proposed resolution to amend 2025 budget for year-end reconciliation is North Chautauqua County Water District.
All right, so similar to the other districts, we did have personal services overrun on this due to base pay timing. And then the contractuals, this was another discovery when Allison was looking at taking utility bills over, and we had previously had a third party handling the utility bills. The utilities were in their names. Allison had taken them over, and we discovered the one had a third-party service provider on there for the energy that was basically double, almost triple charging what the actual bill was. So if we had a $1,000 bill, they were charging us an additional $2,000 for the actual service. It was something that all the other districts were set up on, or all the other pump houses were set up on at one point, and they were removed, but this one somehow missed that removal. So when she budgeted for the year, she looked at the usage, and we came up with a number, but that number was under, because we then discovered when she took this over that that was being charged. So it has been, they have been canceled, that thing has been canceled, and the correct budget is 2026 should be the correct budget for that.
Okay.
And then to offset that, we had some additional revenue in the water charges that we're able to offset that.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take a brief break. I know you have some others, but you have more to be here for anyway. So we'll take a brief break and reconvene in, it's 10:20, it's 10:30, so we can reconvene at 10:40.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so.
Okay. At this time, we'll reconvene the meeting after our brief recess. Our next proposed resolution, number 14, is the amend 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, public facilities, the DM fund. This has also been amended in a previous committee, and the amended version is in front of us, and that's what we will be discussing.
So, similar to everyone else, we did have a little bit of an overrun in the GM 5130.1 personal services. Wasn't quite as much payroll allocated to capital projects as was initially budgeted on that. And then there was a little bit of vacancy savings on that one as well. We move on to the .2 equipment overage. Basically, equipment was budgeted for, but then there was some additional items that had broken throughout the year, during the year, that needed to be replaced immediately, so there was some additional cost added to purchase those items. The .4 contractual over budget there, basically due to equipment maintenance costs, operating supplies, and lease payments for the leased vehicles.
What kind of percentage is that again? 200,000 on a basis of what?
That I can't give you an answer for right at the moment. It's not a significant portion of that. I can't give you an exact number on that. I can
Well,
get
yeah.
that for you though, as far as what
But
that
so-
budget looks like as far as.
I mean, if that budget's, $2-3 million, then this is not huge. If it's a
Correct.
$1 million budget, then this starts to get
Yep.
out of whack.
Yeah, I will get you an answer for that as far as what the overall on that is. And then there was a little bit of an overage on the debt service, the interest. There was actually a 20-cent overage due to the rounding of how that was budgeted. So that's where the $1 is coming from on that one. To offset that, we were able to decrease the .8s in that account, the employee benefits, again, due to a little bit of benefit election changes. And then we had some principal debt service that was excuse me, incorrectly budgeted that we were able to offset that portion of it with as well. And then increasing the revenue account for the interest and earnings for the $27,414. So that plus the decreasing balances that account out for us.
The decrease appropriations for the principal debt services and bans. Conservative budgeting, extra, what's the difference there?
The difference was the principal and interest were budgeted together as one number, and then the interest was debited separately. So it was just
Mr. Chairman,
the one.
I generate the schedule that I provide to the departments that
Yep.
have debt service, and that was my error, that I provided them the number for principal that was actually the total of principal and interest. So the budget was overstated for that error.
Is that a one departmental mistake? or
It was
it
just a
just
one-off in that.
Just in this
Yeah.
department too? Okay.
But again, not to sound like a broken record, but in a larger picture in terms of managing the overall fund balance in county, one would have hoped that the 216,000, that was just a simple accounting surplus or benefit, would have flown to the fund, and we would have offset the 210,000.4s in other operating accounts during the year in the department, so that your total expenses would have been managed to budget. And this, I'll call it a freebie of 216, would have fallen to the bottom line.
We didn't realize the error until we were reconciling things at the end of the year. so-
Sure, no, I understand, and then there's not, I'm not against this by any stretch of the imagination, but it just in terms of,
Well,
it was 216 that should have just fallen to the bottom line.
Sure.
And now we're using it, or we did use it, to cover an operating overrun.
If you didn't have that specific 216, would you have had it in other accounts?
Yes. Yes. And to that point, the reason for the overage on that contractual line kind of happened towards the year end anyways. It was due to purchasing snowplow parts, shoes, blades, that kind of stuff, kind of getting ready for the winter season, kind of offset or kind of push that number up
All
higher.
right, so you didn't have time to,
Correct. It was the timing of when we could have, we realized we were over budget, but it was at that point, it was
fair enough.
close enough to year
Okay.
end.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next proposed resolution is number 15, and that reads amend 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, public facilities A fund.
All right, so this one's quite a resolution. I can go line by line if you would like.
Just the big ones.
I think, so I don't know if that's totally necessary. Do we have any specific questions about a specific light item? You know, obviously, just most of them are pretty routine adjustments, and I'm sure that there's some simple explanation about them. I'll pick out the larger one, right? So the bus operations carts, can you just explain that difference there?
Sure. What that was is that is due to, there were some changes to the way employees, their drivers were scheduled in the budget. They had substitute drivers. They're only allowed to drive a certain number of hours. They're unbenefited, that kind of thing. The previous year, some of these drivers had exceeded that, so they were made into drivers, so they were put in the base pay versus the sub pay. Given benefits, given sick time, given vacation time and such. The problem is when you do that and you have drivers calling in, now you are paying them sick time and have to bring in another driver to drive that route anyway. So there was overruns because you're paying two people to drive one route because that one person's already getting paid because he's out on sick leave. They also had 4 different drivers that were out on an extended leave period this year, so they were kind of, the benefits were being paid out to them as well. There was also overtime in that, again, due to having to call drivers in and not having enough drivers, so.
And you were able to offset that actually with more money than what you needed out of the bus operations and contractual. So what was the overage?
Correct. That is, if you remember, Michelle had stated that during the budget season, they were looking to change over their operating system for their route match. This is a program that was granted by the state. It's a 3-year grant, free of charge to them for that. So that was where it was originally budgeted to have the route match equipment or route match service in place, and then they replaced it with this one mid-year.
Okay.
So that's up and running, and they're getting the benefit of not having to pay for a couple of years for it.
So we're, kind of fell into a little bit of a bonus there on that one too.
Yes.
So, good.
Yes, so in a couple of years, again, we will have to budget to
Adjust.
whatever the charge is going to be at that particular time, yes.
Okay. I'll remember.
Perfect.
Questions, other questions or comments on any of the amendments or, adjustments? Not hearing any, we'll vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next proposed resolution is 16, is authorized agreement with New York State DOT for performance of project PIN number 5765-48.
Okay, this is a project, New York State culvert replacement program that we were awarded. It's for a culvert replacement on Jackson Avenue in the village of Celeron. The estimated cost of $801,000, which is totally funded by New York State with no cost to the county. That includes design, that's the whole project.
That was a question I would have, is
Yeah.
it just a design and permitting down in Asheville, I'm sure the DEC has to get involved with
I'm
all
sure
that
it's
stuff
close to the
too.
lake.
Close to the lake and, you know. Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next proposed resolution 17 is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations public facilities D fund.
All right, so this one, we are increasing the use of fund balance by $316,761 to cover some of the overage on that. It is the fund balance that we are using for that. The various things that we were over on that, again, the personal services, a lot of it is driven by overtime, payroll allocations to capital projects not being what they were anticipated to be. And we had the contractual for the snow removal, obviously the rock salt for this winter. We did exceed the budget on that due to the early and often snow we had this year. We were able to offset a lot of that with different things across the board, chiefly the contractual the costs and the maintenance of roads. A lot of that is driven by the operating supply being lower than anticipated. The same with the pavement markings. We were able to realize some savings there with operating supplies as well being lower than anticipated. And then beyond that, we covered some of the rest of it with increase in revenue accounts for other roads and bridges and permit fees. Again, there was a prior year refund for some contractual work that was paid back to us for an overcharge. And then the sale of salt to outside municipalities, about $100,000 there.
You know, one of the areas that comes up here is obviously the snow removal portion where you had to buy more salt. And that's always a debate every year, and I'm sure that your budget was probably higher last year, and it was something that we adjusted.
Yeah.
You know, so it was a projection that we were hoping that would pay out and help us, but at the end of the day, it didn't, and we had to increase it. But it's something that could have gone the other way as well. So that particular item is something that probably is difficult to project.
It's always based on the weather.
Yep, and same as with fuel consumption in that, to that aspect, you know, to that too, you know, and I'm sure you're using a little more fuel. It's just you've been able to consume that a little better. But yeah, questions, comments?
I think this is a good example as to what the fund balance is used for, is those unexpected times of we just will never know what winter looks like. And you can have the years where it stays warm and you get 2 freezes and a little bit of snow, or you can have years like this year where it's been steady snow for the last 4 months. And the guys have been out there doing a heck of a job and keeping our roads clear for us, and I thank you for that. But it's one of those necessary needs that need to be taken care of as well.
Any other questions or comments? I won't get into the salt discussion at this time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Carried. Thank you. Next resolution today in front of us is 18, amend capital project accounts, Jamestown Community College.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Dennison. I am a consultant to Jamestown Community College for finance and operations.
Yep. And I'm John Zawanski. I'm a financial analyst for grants and capital at JCC.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Kathleen's title is changing.
I'm on my 3rd title now with Jamestown Community College. No, 4th actually. I started as adjunct professor. Yeah, I'm on my 4th title.
4th title.
Yeah.
And welcome, first time that we've seen you here presenting, so we'll be easy on you.
Yeah, John has recently taken over all of the tracking for our capital expenditures and also now prepares the vouchers for the state and the county. But he hasn't been exposed to the legislative part of the process, so that's why he's here today.
Great.
The resolution that you have before you is to increase the appropriations for one of our capital projects and decrease it for one of the other ones. We are asking to increase our infrastructure project and decrease the funds for our roofing project. So as you can see, it is self-balancing. And how we came to this is that the infrastructure project is to replace 2 generators, which are responsible for maintaining power to mostly the IT process at the college. So that project has been on our docket for a while. We recently went out to bid, and unfortunately the bids came in substantially higher than expected. But on a positive note, when we were here last year, you may recall, especially Legislator Pavlak asked us to create a contingency fund for capital projects. And we actually were able to do that. We haven't done it as a formal project per se, but our project to redo the roof at the phys ed complex came in under budget, almost $200,000. And so our approach was to essentially set that aside as a contingency fund. And so that is the good news, is that we're able to establish the contingency. The not so good news is that the generator project, as I said, came in substantially over budget when the bids were solicited. And reasons for the overage, one reason is timing. That project for the generators, it was originally proposed in the early portion of 2024. Given the timing to get the project approved and get the state funding, we weren't really able to go out for the bids until the middle of last year. So there's been a timing difference between when the project was originally proposed, but there was also a change in scope. The original budget was $368,000, and that was based on a site visit by our architects, but it was not based on a comprehensive analysis of all of the technical details of the project. So we now have the bids from the contractors as well as the architect. So the project should be exactly what was bid. We would not expect any additional expenses, but would like to move $115,000, as I said, out of our roofing/contingency budget into the generator project.
So, no, I thank you for that explanation, and it was gonna be a question that I was gonna pose today, so you brought it to the floor before I had the opportunity. So I'm thankful that you had considered the use of, a mechanism in the past is if you had to pay for a project that was upfront and in your purview, you would then have to select of where you had to take that money from other accounts or other projects. And it was kind of it was an ideal situation. But so I think the contingency account is a great idea if possible. So it sounds like it's something that you are still creating. But and here's a benefit of having it, because you were able to cover one of those and not really depleting another portion of a project. And it sounds like you still have a little bit of money left in the contingency, which you may need it in this one. It could still come back in an additional even $8,000, and so you have it, and that's great. So the contingency is important.
And the total cost of the generator project, how much was it?
It was originally proposed at $368,000, and now, with the additional 115, we're looking obviously around 475.
Okay. Yeah, I know, Mr. Chairman, just these seem to go in a standard format. What do we have to do when we're doing this format just to show that, instead of just showing, just for example, you're fine. Instead of showing 115, show the original budgeted amount, the new amount, and the difference. So we just as a general principle, as we look at these things, we know that we have a reference.
So I think probably what you would
Is it
be looking
Kitty, or-
for is maybe in the whereas clause, whereas the original amount of the project was $368,000, and after, so.
That would be
Now
fine.
it would be,
Sure.
yeah, so I think maybe in the future, if.
It's a good idea.
If you would maybe just add that in the whereas clause, so that way we would know.
But it's not just you, it's all, it's all of these.
I can,
Sorry, Kitty, thanks.
I think that's a report we can provide you that includes all departments, rather, I don't know that, I mean, this is a standard format for the budget amendment resolutions.
But, I
that-
mean, just for
So-
convenience sake, when we amend the budget, which is fine,
Yeah.
we just kind of like to know how big, relatively big.
So the
not-
monthly budget performance report that's sent out would provide that information, but we can also, at the time of year and reconciliation resolutions, we can just give you a separate report, so you can reference that as you're going through
Would-
the,
yeah, Whatever's convenient, just
Yeah.
so we know what our reference point is.
yeah.
Well, and one other comment I'd like to offer, just going forward for your information, is we did consider coming to you and asking to set up essentially a new project titled contingency. So we could have moved all 200 out of roofing and into contingency. But if we do that, then when we are ready to use the contingency, we'd have to come back again and say, now we're taking it out of contingency, we're putting it in infrastructure. So we haven't done that, but if you want us to do that, we can, because we are proposing to, not use all of the contingency that we have informally created.
So I think that would be a benefit, because let's say you add to the resolution and you say you want to decrease the appropriation account for the tuition roofs project of $75,000, and then create a contingency account in the amount of that. So that way you have this particular portion covered, that you don't need another resolution to move it from contingency, but also it could create that contingency. You could do it next month if you wanted also.
Okay.
But we could add it today if you wanted. I'm sure you have to go back and ask those questions, so, but.
Well, I've talked about it with the president before we came, and, I mean, he's happy to do it either way. So that, if you'd like us to do the amendments and do it today,
It's
think
possible.
it would take a lot of verbiage. Yeah.
But I think, I agree, today may not be the situation, but I think that it is important to actually establish that contingency account. That way its effectiveness is, also it's in the budget. You aren't gonna be a consultant forever. Also, you don't know, the point is that contingency account's supposed to be there in 20 years, and managed properly.
Yeah, so we'd be happy to do that. And one reason we came to do this specific change this month is that we received the bids for the generator project, and the bids obviously are time sensitive. And so we wanted to hopefully get your approval for this change so we can accept those bids and move forward before they expire.
Great. Other questions or comments? I'm not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution, number 19, is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations information technology.
Good morning, Sam Zafoto, Deputy Director of Finance, here for the IT department. The IT director is off this week, so I am filling in. But John did give a write-up on this change, so I'll kind of go off what he did, and then if you have any questions. But we have a couple of minor changes related to personal services and employee benefits. In the Department of Office Services, That really relates to, there were no vacancies, so we did not meet the vacancy number in that department, and we went over related to workers' comp surcharges. In the communications department, that is similar, we did not have vacancies, so we did not meet that number, and also in the benefits side. And then in 1680, basically retirement surcharge expenses drove us over in the 0.8s, but we are able to self-balance with savings within the appropriation accounts in IT. That specifically relates to less than expected spending on paper. That would be an A1610. We had less use of outside contractors for our phone services. And we also had some actual true vacancy savings beyond what was budgeted in the information technology for a position we actually just classified in December that's being filled now. So but all that is a self-balancing resolution.
Questions or comments for Sam?
To what extent are these employee benefit overruns systemic that are going to drive future costs?
See, that would be, because a lot of this came from the surcharge adjustment at the end of the year, so that may be a,
So some of the bigger changes that sometimes occur within benefits, I mean, the retirement system rates are set by the state, and so what we pay, we have a reconciliation that happens at the end of the year every year. Sometimes the workers' comp,
based on experience.
needs to be adjusted because those charges are processed through payroll, but the department, if the county as a whole doesn't total up through what was charged through payroll to our share of the workers' comp premium, we have to charge the balance out at the end of the year, because we have to pay what we were charged to the workers' comp for our share.
Is this
And then
a
health insurance-
one-way street, or does this year-to-year bounce back and forth?
Yeah, sometimes it's a credit, sometimes it's,
Okay.
yeah. But the retirement is usually not going back down, it's usually going up, and it's also a derivative of wages. So FICA, Medicare, health insurance could be just based on health insurance elections that, the employees at the time of the budget had, single coverage, and then they got married, or, vice versa. So the health insurance can fluctuate greatly from the
Sure.
budget to the.
But if it's on average year-to-year, the credits and the debits cancel, then fine. If on the other hand, we're continually having to top up, then we need to look at changing our budget assumptions.
No, it's just,
Just back and
it's a
forth, fine.
derivative of the position.
Other questions or comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. Next, proposed resolution number 20 is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, the county clerk.
All right, and Sam Zaffoto, Deputy Director of Finance again.
Greg Carlson, County Clerk. So this is just a year-end reconciliation, and it is budget neutral. So it's just moving money from within the county clerk's office from one account to the next. But the overall budget does not change.
Questions, comments for the director? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. The next resolution 21 is amendment 2026 budget for the departments of county clerk and motor vehicles.
And this is a piggyback off of a resolution last month to create the Senior Department of Motor Vehicles title. There is an increase in personnel costs to $7,250 plus 500 employee benefits specific to the senior DMV position creation. And then that is also budget neutral because there is a decrease in employee benefits on the county clerk side that offsets the cost. And that is sustained. So it's not just a one-time savings, it's ongoing for years to come.
Good.
The savings is ongoing?
Correct, but yeah, so both will be ongoing. So once and actually the number of 7,750 will be a little bit less than that. And the reason for that is that the senior DMV positions are just now being applied for. So it'll actually be a couple months short of it. By the time they're in the position, they'll be a couple months short of a full year, so.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thank
Thank you.
Everybody have a great day.
Next, proposed resolution is number 22. It's to amend the 2022 budget, 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations to the county attorney.
And Sam Zafuto, Deputy Director of Finance again.
Good morning, Emily Woodard. I am the county attorney. Today's my first day. This is my first order of business on my schedule. Nice to see you all.
Congratulations.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here and presenting in front of us today.
Thank you.
All right, so this is a little bit more to it than the normal year-end reconciliation, because there's a transfer of budget happening from social services. I'll give a little background and we can answer any questions, but as we were preparing the 2026 budget, it became apparent that some people who were budgeted and in DSS titles actually have been assigned elsewhere within the county and were no longer providing social service work in fiscal year 25. I had agreed at that point that I would look at that. The commissioner's office brought it up. We wanted to make sure our payroll's in the right spot, that we're not claiming anything improperly through social services. So I did a write-up of basically 4 attorneys, 3 that were budgeted under social services, in social services titles, but did not work in social services in 25. We had a 4th attorney that was the opposite, that was charged with the county attorney's office for part of the year, that needed to go the other way. So this was a cleanup I had been working on. I kind of put it all together. I sent it to my counterparts in social services for their review, for the commissioner's office to be okay, to make sure we're in compliance with OCFS and how we did our correction, and we booked a payroll correction. But this is the net result of that, and unfortunately, we do not self-balance with all of the corrections that were needed. And there is a small use of fund balance of $11,894. Most of these titles were corrected in the 2026 budget, so that's kind of how this all came, is this person is doing this, and that's kind of how we started moving forward. So most corrections are taken care of in 26, and this cleans up 2025.
Good.
Okay. Good work on this, because it's something that's important to be able to have correct. And I think, the state's identified that area of, to look at and correct, because it's important. So, yeah, good job. Questions, comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully the rest of them go that way for you.
Thank you. I hope so too.
The next proposed resolution, number 23, is authorized transfer of a tax foreclosure property to Jamestown Urban Renewal Agency, Jura.
Good morning. Todd Button, First Deputy Director of Finance, and I've been volunteered to discuss this resolution quickly. The purpose of this resolution is to formally adopt the transfer of the property in question in Allen Street in Jamestown over to Jura, Jamestown Urban Renewal Agency. This property, if you don't know, is the former Crawford Furniture site that burned to the ground back in the fall of 18, I think it was. Subsequent to that, the property had been in tax arrears. The county executed a foreclosure on the property with the idea initially that the land bank wanted to take control of the site and ultimately turn it over to either the city of Jamestown or to Jura. That transaction was never completed to the land bank. However, about a year and a half ago, our county law department sat down with the people at Jura and executed a quitclaim deed for this property. However, we did not have the resolution to formally turn the property over to Jura to complete the foreclosure. Anticipating that this resolution was going to be coming up this month and approved, the city attorney for Jamestown came up last Friday with Jura, paid his deed fees and property transfers, and that transaction has now been completed. So we finally have that one off the books. And Dan is a member of our ad hoc committee on property tax issues. That takes about 5 or 6 years worth of problems off our books.
Yeah, agreed. So the committee, this is a result of some of the work that the committee's been completing, and its effort that will help clear up some of those looming issues in the sense of property placement, and also liabilities that the county have that are something that really should be handled versus going another year. And that going another year is multiple years for some of these.
Correct.
So this is one of those multiple years that is now being corrected. So questions or comments?
Good house cleaning.
Hopefully one of many resolutions to come. So any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you.
So what's this one?
Next resolution, number 24, is amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, M Health Insurance Fund.
Hello again, Kitty Lyons, Director of Finance. This resolution, as it states, is amending, adjusting, reconciling the M Fund for an area where appropriations exceeded the budget amount, primarily related to retiree claims being higher than expected, and other items that didn't match the trends at the time the budget was set. Overall, the fund was, expenditures were $350,000 under the total budget of $26,406,000. And overall, including revenues, there was a net surplus of $100,000. So the offsets here are being made by judgments and claims for active employees' expenses, which were under budget.
Questions, comments? So the judgments and claims portion that which you utilized are under budget. Is that more of a timing thing where some of them haven't been come to, or it's?
No, it's just, we have one account that we use for, the 1930 account is where we track expenses for active employee health claims benefits, and the 9089 is where we capture the retiree costs. So sometimes we like to know what the retiree group is costing in terms of claims experience versus the active employees.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can imagine, retiree claims cannot, you know, the demographic is that they have more higher claims than the working group of people. So we just, this year it had a.
But I'm a little confused. So it's just over $1 million of judgment and.
The retiree,
Go ahead.
the increased appropriations is due to retiree claims being higher than we budgeted.
So that is the number of $1,019,627.
Well,
Or is it a
671,000 of that $1 million is specifically retiree claims. The other $350,000 were due to other items that we
Got it.
include there. The trends at the time that we set the budget didn't turn out to be the actual trend. And then the decrease appropriation is for the active employee claims that were not as high as what we had budgeted.
Okay. Which one is the exact number and which one is just the number needed? So the 90.
The actual, so we only have to amend the budget for where we've gone over
Right,
in
so it's the top one.
appropriations.
So the hard number is the top one, and then we're just using 10.
Yeah, we had overall, we had a surplus
Of something
when you're
more than-
looking at all of the accounts in the M fund, yeah.
It's something more than that. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, questions, comments? you know, obviously this is, we're adjusting the 2025. How do we, what were our projections for 2026? And how does that, you know, would we expect a similar adjustment?
We always, you know, at the time of the budget, we do our best to look at current trends, and our health insurance consultant also helps us to analyze and forecast what our future experience projections are. So it's my recollection that we, you know, we've had pretty good claims experience, so I don't think we budgeted much of an increase for next year, but we always, you know, we have an upcoming, I think in May, we do an annual claims review with Univera, and they, you know, give us all of the download of the current claims experience for the last 12 months, and that's kind of our starting point for looking at the next year budget, but we're.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next proposed resolution 25 is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliation as Department of Finance and Miscellaneous Department. And I will, in memory of Jay Gould, he wouldn't like this miscellaneous category, but what is it, he would say, so.
So miscellaneous in this case refers to department miscellaneous, which is Department 99, which it captures all expenses and revenues that are not attributable to any one particular department. So, for example, sales tax falls under Department 99. But they're all accounts that I'm responsible for budgeting, so I combined this resolution together with the finance department, which is Department 21. So overall, you'll see that the adjustments that were needed across these accounts does require a use of fund balance, which is primarily due to personal services within 1310 exceeding the budget, along with some of the property tax contractual costs that went over budget for some unforeseen legal expenses and software maintenance. So I can go through in detail, but you know, I adjusted from, synopsis, you know, as many accounts as we had either appropriations or increased revenue, and the net balance that was needed was $94,000 in fund balance to adjust the accounts. It's probably the first time I ever had to come and adjust finance department budget for use of fund balance, but the main reasons for that were we did not quite meet our vacancy savings target. Again, we did have some outsourced legal fees in the real property tax department that weren't anticipated at the time of the budget, as well as additional software maintenance that was required, and some association expenses that were higher than we expected.
Questions, comments on any of the line items? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
It is carried. Next proposed resolution is 26, is to amend 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations to the unified courts. Anyone have any specific questions regarding any of those amendments?
I think generally those were true-ups and true-up on the allocation of liability charges to those accounts, and then we had a surplus of revenue that we received back from the courts on for the maintenance of those spaces.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next proposed resolution 27 is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations energy fund.
Okay. The EE fund is the energy plant fund, and there were some several things that were not anticipated in the budget, some communications, internet, and permit and certification fees. And the liability insurance reconciliation was generated an increase from what was budgeted. And interest expense was not as great as what we had expected, which is what is used to balance off the expenses.
Is this the energy plant at the landfill?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next, proposed resolution 28 is amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations to CS Liability Insurance Fund.
Okay. Yeah, so again, the CS fund is where we expense all the various premiums and claims for under liability insurance. The total budget is roughly $1.8 million. We did have some judgments and property loss claims that were in excess of the budget, in total of $101,000. We do a true-up at the end of the year to what we charge out all the county departments for the total cost of the liability insurance plans. And so those participant assessments are what's offsetting the overall appropriation deficit. Overall, though, the fund itself, considering all expenses and revenues to the fund, we have positive results of $58,000.
Okay.
Were these in liability claims or property loss claims?
Both.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? Not hearing any, we'll vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution number 29 is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, human resources, EE&E health insurance benefits. What's Benny? What's that stand for?
Benefits?
Just shortened up?
Yep. Sam Zaffoto, Deputy Director of Finance.
And Debbie Makowski, Director of Human Resources.
Yep, this is just a quick resolution. This is a very smaller department, so we did not meet the vacancy number in this department, but we are able to self-balance. It's a department of 2. They were here all of last year, so essentially that's the reason we're here.
Questions, comments? Pretty easy one. All those, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution is 30, is setting salary for a certified peer specialist.
Good morning. Trish McLennan, Deputy Director with Department of Mental Hygiene and Social Services. And here to request setting the salary for a position that was approved for this year's budget. So these are certified peer specialists. And I know I've said this to several of you throughout the week, so I will not do too much of the same. But peer specialists are folks who have lived experience, who are certified. They go through a number of modules. They also have to have 2,000 hours in the field, certified, approved, letter of reference, and they also have to have ongoing certification biannually to keep their certification. These positions are billable, so we use them in our clinic and we use them in our mobile crises team, and they also have a lot of evidence-based in reducing hospital readmissions and emergency department visits. And we also very, very well in our county use them with our law enforcement teams. They often will call the peers, often show up with them, so we can avoid arrests, we can avoid violence, a lot of positive impact for peers. Currently, we've been contracting for them. That's why this proposal is, for the budget, was budget neutral. We will be ending the contract and instead making this position county positions because we have, over the last few years, found them to be viable and self-supporting. So we are requesting that the pay grade be the same as what a title in our department is called senior caseworker, and that's a position similar to a case coordinator, care coordinator. So this position would be similar to that. One position sets up the appointments and does these, coordinates the services. The peer then does the engagement, ensures the clients get their follow-up, and is able to maintain that.
Questions or comments?
So this is the pay grade. How many of these individuals are we going to bring on?
We have 6 approved in our budget. Yes, sir.
Full-time positions?
Full-time, yes, they are full-time.
And I think an important part of that too is we'll be looking to have those 6 full-time county employees versus also previously we still had the same expense, but they were
Yes.
consultants.
That's exactly it. These are, we currently have 6, so they are all contract employees. They will have an opportunity to apply for the position. And to be honest, many of them are quite excited about the potential for this position. They're
Great.
very, I will say, they're very proud to be considered potentially county employees. This is a big deal for them.
Any other questions or comments? Not hearing any, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution number 31 is reallocating salary grade for crime scenes and analyst.
Good almost afternoon. Sheriff Jim Quattrone. So this resolution is, we're asking to reallocate the crime scene analyst position from a grade 16 and moving it down 2 steps to a grade 14. The reason being is previously this position, when it was filled by a deputy, and we're now going to, a sworn deputy, and we're now going to use a civilian employee to fill that position. And discussing it with the collective bargaining unit, DSAC, we felt that we should move it down the 2 grades.
Pretty rare occurrence then, since that we are moving a position down 2 grades, but I have yet to now have taken part in one potentially.
I'm here to help.
I see that. Questions, comments? All right. I see you only went down 2 grades as a way to increase it by that extra 3% increase, so it has equaled out. So great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. Next proposed resolution number 32 is the amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations legislature.
Thank you. Sam Zaffuto, Deputy Director of Finance.
Olivia Lee, Clerk of the Legislature.
Yep, this is just a year-end reconciliation. We did have a little overruns in a couple of our appropriation accounts. The contractual relates to mileage. The employee benefits relates to the retirement cost adjustment. And unfortunately, we had a slight error in the budget modules. We prepared the 25 budget, so we were short a little bit on the salaries for this department, but we are able to make that all up and offset within the clerk legislative board to make a budget neutral resolution. And we did increase the mileage also. That was kind of the bigger piece in the 26 budget as well too.
Naturally, the amount able to claim has gone up with the percentage increase in.
Yep, and there's obviously with changes to
Change
the
in
legislature.
positions and people. Well, at least we were able to not have to use any fund balance.
I try not to.
Good.
Any questions, comments?
No, sir.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thanks. Thank you. Our next proposed resolution number 33 is authorize acceptance of violence intervention grant program funds.
Good morning, committee, or good afternoon, committee. Madeline Contiglia for the District Attorney's Office.
I'd like to provide a little bit of background first before we get into the resolution that we have before you. Our office came to this committee in September of 2025 requesting the authorization of the VOCA Victims of Crime Act grant through the Office of Victim Services. And it was accepted for a 3-year period. Unfortunately, in end of October 2025, we were notified that the award for the VOCA grant was invalidated due to an error identified by the Comptroller's Office in the bid process that was offered by the Office of Victim Services. So at that point, we were not receiving any of the award that we had been committed for the 3-year period. But fortunately, in November, at the end of November in 2025, the Division of Criminal Justice Services, DCJS, through New York State, offered us the Violence Intervention Grant Program. And that is the resolution that we have before you today. That award is going to be for a 1-year period, which is the period to cover the District Attorney's Office in the amount that we were intended to receive through the Office of Victim Services. So that's $104,458. That would be the year 1 of the VOCA grant that we were supposed to receive for October 1st of 2025 through September 30th of 2026. We are reapplying for the VOCA grant. It was offered again. The proposals are due in March, so we're working on this. But this is a temporary assistance grant offered by DCJS to cover our expenses that we were intending to use the VOCA grant for. We are requesting a slight budget amendment because the revenue for the VOCA grant was included in our 2026 budget, but it was included as federal revenue because that was the funding stream that we were going to get through the VOCA OBS grant. The DCJS grant is state revenue, so we're asking to decrease the federal revenue account and increase the state revenue account by the same amount, and that's that for $104,458.
Just quick question, up under the third whereas it talks about an employee. So is this the comp and benefits for one person?
Yes, our office intended to add an additional case manager crime victims position, which would increase it to 3 individuals. Currently, we have 2. We were intending to add that person with the VOCA grant so that this would be their salary and fringe, but also some expenses related to providing services to victims of crime, which includes some temporary assistance for mileage or hotel room if they come to our office to Mayville to testify in an action, and then it included some computer equipment for that additional person.
Okay. And this will be mostly a 2026 expense?
Yes. Yeah, it was, we had no expenses for 2025 really because we were unsure if we were going to have any grant funding, and then we received this. We actually did not spend anything in 2025. This person has not started in our department yet, so and we had no expenses for the computer equipment because they haven't started yet. But it would mainly be in 2026.
Yep, good.
Any other questions or comments? I had one. I'm sorry. It was a mistake, or it was the bid process was not followed. Is that a departmental mistake? Where was that mistake
It was
made?
not the fault of the county.
Okay.
It
Enough
was
said.
the comptroller, the New York State Comptroller's Office identified an error in the Office of Victim Services bid process. So it was at the state level.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what the issue was. It was not communicated to the department, but it was not my fault.
Okay.
Nor was the county's fault.
Next, or moving forward, has that been remedied at the state level? Do you
Yes,
think?
they have advised the agencies that the new bid that was released in January abides by the issue identified in last year's bid. So I don't know exactly what the issue was, but we've been advised that it's been remedied. And as long as we follow the directions for the new RFA process, there should be no invalidations of the awards.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Not
Yes,
hearing
just
any.
one.
Go ahead.
If it was, if it was deemed, bad from the state, why was it coming from the federal government, I guess?
The VOCA funding is a combination of both state and federal revenue streams. We don't know which stream we're gonna be receiving until we were provided with the awards. But the funding stream that we were getting was federal funding, but it could have been a combination of both state and federal. And the awards were provided through the Office of Victim Services
trickle
through
to the state?
Yeah, it was a pass-through agency, so OVSX is the pass-through. So the contracts that we were getting were from the state, so that's why the New York State Comptroller's Office was involved in the bid process, and they had to approve the contracts before they could move forward. And then they identified this issue.
That makes sense.
Any other questions or comments? Not hearing any, we'll vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being patient. Next proposed resolution is number 34, which is to amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations emergency services.
Sam Zaffoto, Deputy Director of Finance. The director had to step out, so will take care of this for him while he's out. But this is the reconciliation for emergency service. This is a budget neutral resolution. We have some overruns, as you'll see, related to at the top, the actual A3010 Emergency Services Department. We did not meet the vacancy savings in that department, and also we had a retirement surcharge also that went over there. We had a rounding on a $1 equipment piece. The overrun on personal services and fly car relates more to overtime than anything else. There was an overtime overrun essentially there, and the payments out, which is the money going out to the districts, basically the money in and then we send it back out, is what drove over the contractual. We are reducing a bunch of appropriation accounts, and we are increasing some revenue accounts, but I would like to make a typo change on one of the revenue accounts too as we go through this. But all in all, it's a self-balancing resolution, and I'm sure the biggest interest is where Fly Car finished, and currently for this year, it has a surplus of revenue above the amended budget of $27,000 as we close out the year as of today.
Great. Questions or comments? Do you want to identify that one?
Yeah, just, it would be
typo?
the departmental income private, it should be private insurance payments, not private pay. It's the A3989 EMS R15891102. Departmental income private insurance payments is what that should read.
Okay. I actually saw that, and when I read that, it was private pay, so I was thinking private pay, obviously, it must be something that, I was curious. It was gonna be a question, so, thank you.
I'm glad I answered that ahead, but as you mentioned, we've done a lot of work over the last years to kind of right-size this budget, and this is kind of the result of that, of getting us to a spot where the concern was that the payments out and coming into the districts would drive us over, but that should have left us with a surplus that we have, so it kind of played out the way we thought it would if everything kind of happened. The plan actually kind of stayed on course throughout this year, and even through year end, revenue and expenses stayed neck and neck all the way through essentially the end, so it was kind of like a horse race watching it, you know.
It's great, and, and commented earlier, this department is something that I wanted to make sure our budgeting was correct through the years. It was always seen as a very important service that the county was needed to cover, and for the purpose of our residents and communities that needed the service, and it was an expense, but an expense that was needed. It just was needed to be budgeted properly to Fred's earlier points too, to have a correct, concise budget. Other questions, comments relating to this resolution? Not hearing any, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution number 35 is amended 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, Office of the Sheriff.
Sheriff Jim Quattrone.
Riley, I'm the fiscal supervisor. Our resolution we have in front of you today is requesting to use reserve fund balance from W911 of $30,243 and unassigned fund balance of $661,568. We are increasing many appropriation accounts totaling $1,236,574. The majority of them are personal services and employee benefits. There are a few contractual accounts in there. We are decreasing appropriation accounts by $136,461 and increasing our revenue accounts $408,302.
Well, overall, looking at the adjustments here, you know, your decrease of appropriations accounts is very minimal. You know, you've pretty much hit where you were budgeted in those areas, and you didn't have a lot left in other areas, and you did have a good amount of increase in revenue, which is helpful. But there was a lot of there's some misses of a pretty good sizable amount. Some of them with the employee benefits is something that is as we've discovered in other resolutions, it's hard to know what those will be until you get there. But like the dispatching, what's that? What's that one?
So the dispatching is most of the 314,000 is due to a payroll allocation that was budgeted for, and then that payroll allocation was actually made, so it was a double booking entry error. And then we had some vacancy savings that's putting us over, and then we also have some overtime, for $44,479 over and overtime.
Are those overtimes more in, which department was more, that's the dispatch, the overtime in the dispatch. Are we missing employees in there, or just a coverage needed?
The overtime actually in dispatch is trending with previous years. The 15-minute, no?
They don't think that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just, it's an ever revolving door at times with some of our part-time staff. Our full-time has pretty much stayed there, but keeping part-time staff there is sometimes difficult, so.
So it encompasses for the people that are there a little more extra time, because there's not as many people to fill the slots.
That is correct. That's correct.
But my usual question, the 314 in dispatching is on top of how big a budget? Is it, what percentage overage is that?
The overall budget was $2,362,000 for the personal services. The total dispatch budget was $3.5 million.
Okay, so a little less than 10%.
And I think one of the, if I wasn't mistaken, one of the bigger drivers was the mistake that was double booked. I mean,
Yeah,
what does that
specifically
equate
in
to?
Dispatch. The dispatch payroll allocation was $165,000.
So a good amount of
So now
that.
we're down under 5%, so,
Yeah.
okay. And same kind of question with employee benefits, jail.
The employee benefits in the jail. The retirement, we're over $100,000. Again, we can't, the state determines the surcharge of that. Workers' comp surcharge was $189,000 over budget. That again is determined by our insurance department. I don't really know what all goes into that. And then vacancy savings is also, there was vacancy savings budgeted, but there wasn't many vacancies.
What would you say that amount is? The vacancy savings that you didn't expect?
You had 100,
That's
110.
Vacancy, what was the vacancy savings?
I'll tell
do
you.
not know how much
Okay.
we budgeted for vacancy savings.
Well, it would have been like $60,000 or something.
I'm just making a kind of a mental note about that. Several departments are missing that vacancy savings, and it.
Mr. Chairman, we'll provide an analysis of that when we give you the overall year-end results at the March meeting.
Okay, it's, have it under here that.
We can talk about it a little bit
I think a
today if you
report
like, but yes, I mean, some met the target, some were under the target, so.
Down the road, I think it's a specific conversation that would help us prior to budget preparations.
For sure.
So, okay. Any other questions for, pertaining to this resolution? Not hearing any, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next proposed resolution number 36 is authorizing vehicle fuel agreement with Town of Hanover for fueling of county motor vehicles.
Yes, this resolution has been an ongoing, it's a renewal of many years of agreement with the Town of Hanover to purchase fuel and to use their fuel station at their highway barns. Just the location and the convenience and the cost, we save money that way, but also not having to drive across the county to get fuel. So it's something that's been ongoing and we're just renewing it.
Is it primarily used by sheriffs? I mean, it's, fueling of county motor vehicles, so do any other agencies that you know of cooperate?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's just the sheriff's office.
Okay.
I know we use our key to get to the fuel pump keys, so. And then, the highway barns use it too.
Questions, comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next resolution number 37 is authorized agreement with the Town of Sheridan for court security services for the fiscal year of 2026.
It's another renewal. This is to provide the court security for the town. Cost not to exceed $1,500. And we staff this with some of our part-time security that works here in this facility. It's very seldom that they're there, but when they have court nights, they want to have armed security there.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next resolution 38 is authorized agreement with Stock Lake Central School for enhanced police protection services for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
It's another ongoing resolution we've had and a contract we had with Stock Lake Central School to provide services when they have special events, whether it's be dances or larger sporting events. This is something that we've used to staff with our part-time, but we really don't have the part-time staff. So we've contracted for a full-time deputy to work there on overtime when needed. It's getting less and less because the school now has a special patrol officer or school safety officer, I think they call it, that's employed by the school instead.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution is number 39, which is to amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, Office of the Aging Services.
Diana Songer, Deputy Director of Finance for Human Services.
Steve Dando, Grant Coordinator, Office for Aging Services.
This resolution is to amend the budget. We have some expenses that exceeded the budget while others had a surplus, and we also received some additional revenue. We're requesting the following changes be made. Increase the appropriations in the amount of $366,988 and decrease appropriations in the amount of $124,370, and also increase revenues $242,618. This is budget neutral. The equipment that was exceeded the budget was for a vehicle and some equipment that was not budgeted. The increase in contractuals corresponds with some additional state and federal funding that they received. And the personal services decrease is due to 2 positions that were not filled till mid-year.
Sorry, the contractual Office of Aging Services, the 343, what was that?
So they got extra funding from the state and federal government, so that's the expense that offset, that correlates with that extra funding. And Steve can elaborate on what it was used for if you're.
I just don't, you got the funding and you spend it, so that should be a zero, so why is it?
Well, it's not one for one. They had different, there was state and federal funding. It was split between the two. The contractuals, I mean, we just offset it using some of the appropriations first and then the revenues. It's not.
So the contractual aging services of 343 was the amount over the unexpected grant? So-
Yes.
So the unexpected grant gave us the incentive to do something, and that something cost us an unbudgeted $343,000. So how big was the grant?
The additional supplemental portion of the grant, it's not the entire grant itself. They had a supplemental addition to our unmet needs grant in the amount of approximately $645,000.
All right, so this was our third, their two-thirds, and so our, roughly.
Yes.
It's 343.
And a majority of the portions of the appropriations that were expensed out there, that $343,000, were services that were provided under those unmet needs guidance, so parameters.
Well, in round numbers, we got a grant for 600-odd thousand, we spent 304, so roughly $1 million got spent in total on this, that I guess was not in the budget.
It's a state grant, so it runs between fiscal years. So we weren't notified of this until later in the year, so that's why it wasn't initially budgeted for.
Mhm.
And I believe it was in New York State's response to the possible reduction in federal grants. So they approved the funding, they allowed it, we went through and got the guidance as to how we were allowed to spend it. So we decided to provide services that we could cover the costs for with the grant monies now that wouldn't create long-term like programs that we would have to fund year in, year out, just in case this funding wasn't available in, subsequent years.
Okay. That's where I was headed.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Not hearing any, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution number 40 is amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliation, Chautauqua County Department of Hygiene and Social Services Mental Hygiene Division.
Hi, Kim Latone, Fiscal Supervisor for Department of Mental Hygiene.
And Trish McLennan, Deputy Director with Department of Mental Hygiene and Social Services.
We are asking here before you, take a deep breath, sorry. We exceeded some of our initial budget estimates, although we had a surplus in some of our other expenditures. So we are asking to increase employee benefits and equipment, and we'll decrease personal services and contractual. The reason for this is the employee benefits went over budget relating to retirements. We didn't expect some of the expenses to be the way they were, but we are able to offset it with personnel services for some vacancies that were unfilled. And as far as the equipment goes, we had budgeted our furniture in the wrong point. We budgeted in .4 and it should have been in .2. So the money's there, it was just budgeted wrong. The total is $14,966 and it's budget neutral.
Thank you. Questions or comments regarding the resolution changes?
No, sir.
Not hearing, and we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution number 41 is to amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliation, Department of Mental Hygiene and Social Services.
Good afternoon, officially. Blake Urig, Director of Administrative Services. Carmelo Hernandez, Commissioner of Mental Hygiene and Social Services. So the resolution before you is to amend the 2025 budget for the year-end reconciliation for social services. The department had expenditures that exceeded the initial budgetary estimates, as well as appropriations had a surplus in addition to revenues in excess of the budget. We are requesting the use of fund balance of $1.3 million, and that is to essentially offset Safety Net's $2 million local share deficit. The remaining, to offset that deficit, we are using the admin surplus. The reason why we had a surplus is mostly due to a surplus in revenue. Over the last couple of years, we had a under accrual in revenue, which is a good thing. So we had an unexpected roughly $700,000 that we were able to use. And then in addition to that, we had a new funding source that we were aware of, but we didn't know how much it was going to be, when we were going to get it, and how we were going to get it. So that's why it wasn't in the budget, and we didn't learn about this really and get definitive numbers until a couple weeks ago. So, but that's ultimately, so we were able to use that surplus and offset the remaining expenditures exceeding the budget.
So, and I'm sorry, these unbudgeted increases in revenue accounts, New York State Age Social Services Administration, they're the big one, federal aid daycare, and the last one, federal aid foster care. Those are those one-offs, or you just didn't quite know what they were going to be, so you didn't budget them at all?
So they're all a little different. The daycare in particular, the county, we get an allocation each year. There has been a rollover that we've been able to use in addition to that allocation. So we budget with the allocation, hoping we could continue to roll over if need be, but we had to go into the rollover in 2025, and looking like we will have to in 2026 as well.
I mean, where I'm headed is, if I take those three increases in revenue, if they had not happened, we would have had to go to the unassigned fund balance for another $5 million approximately. But I don't think, there was no reasonable, was there a reasonable reason to expect they wouldn't happen?
No, I would say so. It is reasonable to expect those as long as, we have the expense associated with that.
But they're not directly formulaic, but we generally get them, okay.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that would have been a huge whack.
Correct, yes.
But even so, net, it's $1.3 million, we're, again, short, which is not good.
No, and that's a direct correlation to safety net.
Which is why we added the $2 million in the last budget process.
Yes, yes.
Once burned, twice shunned.
Exactly.
Questions, comments? Not hearing any, we'll go to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next proposed resolution number 42 is amend the 2025 adopted budget for year-end reconciliation, Chautauqua County Health Department Public Health Division.
This is crazy thing.
Diana Songer, Deputy Director of Finance for Human Services.
Lacey Wilson, Public Health Director.
Dr. Mike Falk, Chief Medical Officer.
Okay, this resolution is to amend the 25 budget. We had some expenses that exceeded their budget, while others had a surplus, and we also had some additional revenue. We are requesting the use of fund balance totaling $896,645. And we also would request to change the 25 budget to increase appropriations, $1,769,605, decrease appropriation accounts, $508,519, and increase revenue, $364,441. The largest increase is due to contractual costs for preschool. There were 5 classrooms that were open mid-year that we were not made aware of until that time, which resulted in several children being shifted from off the wait list and into center-based services instead of home-based services, which are much more expensive. So thankfully, we were able to partially offset that increase by, the surplus appropriations and the extra revenue.
Questions, comments?
I mean, do you have on the handicapped children, $1.5 million number, what is that cost per child? Do you have a rough idea?
So that rate and those costs are determined between state ed and the school districts. We are not included in that. There's a rate setting unit at state ed that sets that methodology, and then also the rate per student. We're handed that rate. On average, for a year for one child is typically between $20,000 to $40,000.
In that rate is you have a big range there. Is that rate based upon what the school district's actual costs are individually for that running the administration of that program? Or is it, set by student, so the rate obviously is adjusted. So one school district might be charging $22,000 and another one might be charging $48,000.
Yep, and there's so much variability because there are such a variety of how the classrooms can be set up.
Yep.
So there are some classrooms that are very specialized classrooms that are not within a school building, like a traditional school district building, and may provide, like Buffalo Hearing and Speech provides a much higher level of services for children who need, more intensive intervention.
Yep.
Those classrooms cost much more than, say, an integrated classroom, which may have students that have developmental disabilities integrated within classrooms that children do not have developmental disabilities. Those costs tend to be a little lower. Again, that's all really decided by a series of cost-benefit analysis worksheets and audits, rate setting that is done between state ed and each of the school districts. It is a very detailed and lengthy process. Again, we're really on the outside of that. We're not included in that process. We are just handed the bill and the rate as the payer.
Different specific children may require different levels of professional services as well, whether they be higher levels of physical therapy, occupational therapy, or speech. So there's some variety there depending on the specific child.
Sure, and if a student's placed in a room with a one-on-one, how many people are required to be within that child's care during that day, and if all of a sudden now you have those requirements, but now all of a sudden you have an extra person come in,
Yes.
or another student, and now you need another person to help cover that. So there's a multitude of variations. So.
That's what makes it so difficult to predict. Even just the addition of one child into the program, you could see an increase just in the educational costs of, again, up to $48,000 just for the education. Then you have transportation costs on top of that. And then, as you said, all of these rules and regulations stated in state ed law do require certain ratios of students to teachers, and then also to aides as well. So if now you add an additional child to the classroom, as you said, which now puts you over that ratio, now you're hiring an additional FTE and an aide to be in that classroom as well.
So if I understood you right, so this 1,539,000 is truly an unfunded mandate, or it's actually an increase in an unfunded mandate?
It's an unpredictable, underfunded mandate. So there is some reimbursement from the state that we receive, but that reimbursement is, for lack of a better way to put this, at will of the state, in regards to, they set a rate that we must pay, but they then audit their own rates with the schools after the fact. For the very same example that we just used in the classroom, if now the classroom number went down, the school kept 2 aides in the classroom when really they only needed 1, the state is only going to reimburse us at the approved rate with the actual ratio that should have been. So even though that rate was set, we paid that rate, we're reimbursed on the approved costs.
But over time, that reimbursement runs 90+% of our actual cost?
Say that again, I didn't.
So what percent of our actual cost does that reimbursement tend to, I grant you it lags, but what percent of our actual cost does it tend to run?
About 55 to 59% typically in
Okay.
that range.
So we're net on the hook for the remaining 40-odd%. Got it, that's what I wanted.
But in this specific example, though, that equation doesn't prove to be true, because, you know, your contractual expense is actually $1.5 million, and our New York State aid for the handicapped children increase in revenue was 286, right? So even if you take all of those together, you know, you're 364, it's not 50%.
So the reason for that is when we did the budget, we overestimated the revenue.
Yeah.
So actually, when I did the math to see if we had, I mean, we actually budgeted about $600,000 more than we would have if we just stuck around that 59% reimbursement rate. So we actually, I mean, if you take that $600,000 and then you add the 286, that's 900,000, which is 59% of 1.5 million. So it does track.
Okay.
So you tried and allow for it, but you didn't allow enough.
Right.
You're just looking at actuals for 2025, 10.8 million in expenses, 6.3 million in revenue, making it 59%.
Okay.
This is challenging, and so what is the parameter of the age? So the children falling into this category are, you know, 4 years old to.
Anywhere from 3 to 21 years of age technically is where, depending on how these individuals screen.
So it's covering those individuals all the way through. This isn't necessarily just a elementary level. This is total school classification.
So this program that we're talking about is specifically the 3 to 5 year age gap, but this program encompasses so in terms of state law and our state mandated services, these same programs do extend up to the age of 21. So we do serve those in sort of another pot of funding. This is specifically the mandated required services for children ages 3 to 5.
Those older ages are specifically children and youth with special health care needs, is our SHIN program. And if I could just, give an idea how difficult this is to predict. We were looking at 2023's budget. We were, when we looked at expenses for 2023, we were actually $2.75 million below budget that year. A lot of that had to do with COVID and the numbers being low coming out of COVID. And we did, for 2026 budget some extra money relative to 2025. So I think we'll be in better shape next year. But again, they could pull classrooms away, they could add more classrooms on. Those rates for professional services could increase, and that's part of what we're seeing for 2025. those rates per child increased anywhere from $4,000 to $10,000 per child, just from 24 to 25. So it's so difficult to predict what those rates are, what those classroom numbers are going to be. But, you know, at least it makes me sleep a little better at night when we're looking at this budget, to look at the last 3 years, and we're kind of pretty close to more of a neutral status, even though, you know, this is not an insignificant budget amendment, so.
Yeah, there's so many exactly variables to this, and it is something historically that you see in county budgets from county to county, because it's very difficult to predict. Of course, we would, you know, love for, and our mission and goal with these, you know, types of intervention services and prenatal care is that fewer and fewer children are experiencing these delays. But unfortunately, you know, what we've found is that more and more children are experiencing delays. So that is attributes to the increase in numbers and more students entering these classrooms.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I totally sympathize with the unpredictability of it, but of course, as we've batted around today, to the extent these things then reduce our unallocated fund, which is really there for emergencies and one-time things, then that's not what we want to be using that fund for. I mean, and again, it's tough, but you know, we just need to try and not do that.
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges I think we have is a lot of these classrooms for 2025 were added, you know, towards the end of August, early September, right at the beginning of the school year. So now coming into 2027 budget, you know, those projections are going to be very difficult, you know, for 2026, because, you know, that budget's done for 27 by the time, you know, these things come in.
And we can look at the history, so, to make you feel better about that last comment, Fred, is what did we do with the excess $2 million in 2023? Did it go to the general fund?
Yeah, it would have
Yeah, it
been
would've.
whatever net,
So-
any net surplus or deficit is adjusted to fund balance at the end
So-
of the year.
And again,
My-
that was just expenses.
I get it.
Not
So-
overall bottom line.
But my point is you could have the argument that we are really utilizing those funds that we had over budgeted that year out of the general fund.
Well, sure, and that,
Which, you know, it's so, you know, that argument's both ways, because whenever they're, you know, when we're, you know, taking into the general fund, it's one thing, because we're, you know, it's being utilized, but, you know, the department, you know, I agreed, we want to be as correct and complete as we can with that, but the use of the general fund to help cushion those from year to year is warranted in the sense that it's such a moving target or volatile a budget that you don't want to overestimate it or underestimate it too much, you know, and what is over, or what is too much, you know, is 2 million of a over budget too much, is 1.5 million under too much? I don't really know. If you were $5 million off, I mean, that's too much, you know, luckily you aren't. You know, what parameters do we want to set for them to try to maintain it? And the problem is you don't know.
I mean, they're doing the best they can, and it
That's right.
kind of is what it is, but I guess I'll call it conservative, you know, conservative budgeting from our point of view. Sounds like the other thing because it's more money, but it is, you know, is a fair bias. Then to the extent that we're too conservative, it rolls up to the general fund, but then to our prior conversation, that general fund then it needs to be looked at as to being returned to the taxpayers. That's,
Which it is, because we didn't raise the taxes because we had to raise this particular category that much.
yeah, fair
You
enough.
know, I mean, in a roundabout way, we are, but.
And I would, you know, certainly never want this to sound, you know, like an excuse, but for the context, because this is something that I know you all consider as we go into budget discussions. There are so many variable moving parts to these rates and how this works that really where it becomes difficult for health departments across the state is we aren't involved in those conversations because they happen between state ed and districts, that there's very little, you know, room for advocacy on our part, or even just understanding sort of what they're looking at. You know, if state ed, because of research and, you know, data coming back, they want to move to integrated classrooms, and that's the way of the future. Moving classrooms to an integrated model is a completely different price, rate, and structure than a traditional center-based classroom.
Well, is that something that Mr. Molitori and George can help us with in terms, because, okay, I understand, but the fact that the health departments are just out of the loop doesn't strike me as particularly forgivable.
Well, we're just, by statute, we're not included in the, and we have no say over
Sure.
any of the rate projections or the formularies at all.
Mhm.
So really, that's what we're doing as an association of county health directors, is pushing for statutory changes
Sure.
that would allow us. In the meantime, as a department, we're doing a lot around what sort of controls we could put in place. We have few of them, but there are some perhaps around transportation and working more directly with the school districts to try to reduce transportation costs and things there that would help lower the overall budget and make some things more predictable in the preschool program.
How,
A little bit of a mix.
how is your effort on getting a statutory change going?
Very slowly. This has been something, so again, I know we feel it in the present time and each budget year as a county when we're here, but historically, this has been the argument of health departments for years, decades now. There is some movement finally at this juncture, where we're actually holding some conversations as a state agency or as a state association with some department ed officials to look at this, specifically around transportation. There's a little bit of go in the conversation, but as you know, conversation is step one of
Sure.
multiple.
Is anybody on the other side got a counter argument as to why we shouldn't make the statutory change, or are they just saying talk to the hand?
Well, state ed has, I'm sure, a number of reasons why, it makes it much easier that the health departments are the payers.
Well, and that's a constitutional prerogative, I understand, but being opaque about it is not.
I agree.
Any other questions or comments? All those, if not hearing any, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you for your efforts. Next proposed resolution is number 43, is authorizing grant application for subsequent agreements for the creation, preservation, maintenance of snowmobile trails. And if we could wake up Mrs. Sharp, she probably fell asleep in the back of the room.
I'm Lauren Sharp. I'm a senior planner with the Department of Planning and Development. The resolution in front of you today is actually an update of Resolution 185-12. It's not changing anything with the program or how the county really administers it. It's just updating to make sure that our resolution authorizing the county executive to sign those grant agreements and the paperwork, because we do apply for this grant every year, is up to date. The law department recommended anything older than 10 years we update, and this resolution was older than 10 years.
Sounds good. Questions, comments? Not hearing any, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next resolution, number 44, is to amend the 2025 budget for year-end reconciliations, planning, and development.
Sam Zafoto, Deputy Director of Finance.
Dave McCoy, Chautauqua County Watershed Coordinator.
Yep, so this is the reconciliation for year end. We are cleaning up some overruns that relate to payroll and benefits. That is a combination of not meeting the vacancy savings in one area and exceeding payroll slightly in the other, and then not meeting the vacancy savings as well on top of that. And then there's a couple contractual adjustments. The top one under the contractual promotion of industry, that's an increase of $101,127. That ties out below. There's an increase in federal aid. This relates to a community development project that was approved by Resolution 32523. We incurred $119,000 worth of expense related to this project and this revenue. We just had underruns within this department. That's why you're not seeing $119,000 overrun, because of some mileage, office supplies, et cetera, that underran. And then the other piece you're seeing is in the watershed of $50,000 adjustment. Resolution 2325 approved a Bemis Creek debris management. It's a state-funded project. However, it was put under just the planning department, we're really being managed under watershed, so we've booked all of our expenses, our accruals, and our revenue accruals under the watershed, so that's just cleaning that up as well here at year end.
Okay.
Okay.
Questions? Comments? Not hearing any, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Next proposed resolution number 45 is authorized agreement with Jamestown Urban Renewal Agency, JURA, for occupancy tax grant award.
Hi, Stephanie Nick, Special Projects Coordinator with the Chautauqua County Department of Planning and Development. So this is part of our 3% competitive grant process. Through the process, JURA was awarded $7,500. Because they are a quasi-government agency, we just need to do the resolution to be able to give them that money.
Questions, comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. And our final proposed resolution today is number 46, which is to amend the 2026 budget for New York State Community Development Block Grant Award Micro Enterprise Assistance Program.
Hi again, Stephanie Nick. So this was the community development block grant, and we were shooting to get it all out by December. Everything, the $81,000 has already been allocated. We're just waiting for some disbursement processes, but we did need to add that to the budget for this year because it'll be dispersed in this year.
Questions, comments regarding the adjustment? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank
It
you.
is carried. Thank you. That concludes our proposed resolutions for today. On the agenda, we do have a discussion item, which is to discuss the 2025 assigned council year-end presentation, and that's to be presented by Sam Saputo.
Yes, it is me again, and I will be somewhat brief as the agenda was not as long when we originally were going to talk about this, and we will be talking about this again next month.
Okay.
This relates to the Conflict Administration Assigned Counsel program that we have, essentially the conflicts with the Public Defender's Office. There's two essential pieces of it. One is funded through the 18B, and that is the administration itself, which is contracted out, some software. There's some other pieces to that we're not in use right now that the program can do, but there's also the separate piece, which is the vouchers themselves. This is family and criminal court cases that we are required to pay. The rate increase happened for this from $75 an hour for the attorneys to $158 April 1st, 2023.
And
these vouchers, yeah.
Just to be clear, before, and this is administered through the legislature
Yes,
office, correct?
Yep.
So this is a purview that's underneath the legislature.
Yep. So with that rate increase and us separating it into its own kind of sub-department, they do have given us some revenue that we can actually go back forward to, which is basically somewhat of the difference between the two rates. But as we've kind of gone through, and these vouchers tend to lag because the attorneys cannot voucher until the cases are done. So it really could be 2 to 3 years down the line before we see a voucher. So fiscal year 2025 really kind of became the first year where we're seeing the higher rate, and we are going to need a budget amendment. It's going to be a local share change of about 150 to 200,000. But we wanted to make you aware, basically, just the trend of what we see, and we're going to be discussing this next month. We do also voucher and collect all revenue that we're due, essentially, but at this point, with the amount of vouchers we've got and where we're at, we will need a budget amendment coming next month, because we are still actually actively using the 2025 dates only for this department at this time. It's one of the rare ones because it's such a lag on getting these vouchers that we kind of keep it open a little bit longer, but we will be closing it out shortly.
Okay. So this is conflict resolution.
Yep.
And in civil cases.
Well, it's family court or criminal or felony. It
So-
depends on both.
Okay, both, okay. And so we're paying With a lag, $158 an hour for, what are we paying for?
That is the attorney rate. So if they're assigned to it, that is their rate for these cases they make as of April 1st is $158. We also have to reimburse them mileage, disbursements on postage, et cetera. So it's.
But this is, so what are we paying them for when you say conflict?
For the work on the cases. So basically, if there's, I have a conflict and they're assigned to represent me, they basically can bill up to $10,000 within the statute. And they can go past that should they have an extraordinary circumstance. Like we recently had one that significantly went past the statute because it was multi-year, multi-felonies, and they have an affirmation that allows them to bill at $60,000, not the $10,000, so.
Okay, sorry, maybe it's just the wording. I mean, public defender just has public defenders that defend people who are accused of things.
Yeah, so if there's a conflict there, they get assigned through this third.
What do they mean by conflict?
It would be a conflict with the actual office of the public, like basically something that precludes them from being able to handle that case.
I guess it's conflict of interest.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that's why you have to go outside, okay.
Yeah, so, and the one thing, we've seen a decrease in the number of vouchers, but an increase in the cost based on that. Actually, we've processed 75 vouchers less this year, and we're gonna have $150,000 more in expense. But there are some large vouchers here at the end of the year that had extraordinary circumstances in both family and criminal court that our attorneys have been allowed to either go past the statute or right up to it. And that has been something that kind of happened at year end, including the one I just mentioned, which is almost 60,000, but there was multiple charges over a lengthy period of time with that attorney. But this will be something next month we will be finalizing, the final accruals, seeing if we can get everything else actually booked or accrued, and then we will bring a resolution next month.
Are there charges incurred of your oversight of this within this department, so you have to monitor and track that as well?
Yes, my staff audits these, and I have the actual, before it goes to the legislature for final approval, my fiscal review goes on them. I do question a lot of things on this through our administrator or ILS. There's opportunities to shift costs to other funding streams throughout the state. Unfortunately, I've been unsuccessful thus far in my attempts to do that, but anytime I see something that looks like a potential, I ask the question to try to bring revenue in. And we did go back to the beginning of the rate increase, and we have collected every penny the county could have got. We've brought in $300,000 just in fiscal year '25 related to the vouchering and the increase, but this is now only starting to see the higher rate where there's not the 75 like we saw even through halfway through 2024.
Any other questions or comments for Sam or the department while he's here in front of us, and we can continue this a little more next month when he's in front of us again, but thank you for your update and discussion today.
We will discuss next month.
Sounds great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Under other, I did want to make a note that it is something that had landed on my purview today is the vacancy savings. I think at some point it would be a good discussion item to just have a general look at that in a report of which, where we're at with that. What departments are overrunning and haven't experienced it and what have. And it's an area that we will be discussing during budget season again. And it's has proven to where it was beneficial and we instilled it. But today we noticed where it was negative. It's starting to negatively affect it, and is it worthwhile for us to do it?
Well,
But your analysis
overall,
will tell us
it is
that.
not negatively impacting us. So as part of our presentation of material variances at your meeting next month, which I want you to realize we'll be presenting, Jennifer and I, we do intend to have a review of how the occupancy savings played out, by department, and we have a report for you to have. So we'll have that next month. And just along with, what Sam mentioned, there are a few other areas where our final numbers are not booked yet, and so there will be, a handful of additional resolutions next month. So just want you to be not like these.
As you say,
a handful.
Well, thanks for not putting them all into the same meeting, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, that's our duty to be here and to cover all these and to do it. next time, the department that needs the most amount of funds is gonna be the one that goes last, and they need to bring lunch, so. Any other questions, comments, or anything to be brought up under other? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion. Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for attending today.
That's about it.
That's all right.